deputy mayor. For those who knew Adam, and I wrote this in my obituary today, bigger than life was an understatement. Some notable accomplishments that Adam fought for while he was on the town council were the dog park in Phelps Park, the sportsplex in Votee Park, and the chickens. Our hearts go out to Adam, his family. There'll be more details following what we can do for his family, his wife Sherry, and his children Molly and Sydney. With that, I'm just going to ask for a moment of silence so we all have his family in our prayers. One last comment, I'll leave it, Adam. One thing I always like to say is we could agree to disagree, and one thing Adam would never give in to you, but he would gladly agree to disagree with. Okay, Mr. Clerk, you want to start?
Here is our certificate of appreciation to the Clean River crew. And I think Caitlin was going to be joining us either in person to. Oh, hey, Caitlin. Hello. Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. I'm signed up for the alerts, and I actually did not know about this. So can you just give us a little what happened? What'd you do? Talk to us.
Well, back in late November.
Into the mic, sorry.
Back in late November, my son and I, who's 6 years old, went to the Argonne Park. We were walking around, and we saw a lot of trash there, like tires, like a big safe that was there, a lot of things that people have discarded over the years. And there's like new stuff too, like recyclables that people just throw away because they don't care. So I got in touch with Doug Ruccione. Thank you very much. Got me in touch with the superintendent of DPW. That would be Michael Serbekian. Thank you again for the both of you for like helping me. They tried to make this happen. And so it was just two members from the Clean River crew. And we got to get a lot of the junk up. You know, we made a small dent. We're hoping to go there again and clean up more of the stuff.
Excellent. So two things. One, first of all, thank you.
Thank you.
Two, if you can please let us know in the future so other people
absolutely.
can join. Did you see the pigs?
Yeah, I know I did.
You saw the pigs?
Yes.
Okay. There's a home with two pigs, very big pigs right on the border. Yes, Deputy Mayor Organ and I have spent some time there walking through the park. So thank you very much. I appreciate this. We'll get you a nice little paper and folder. So I apologize for the informality, but the council presenting you with the Clean River crew for your January 18th, 2025 cleanup of Argonne Woods. Thank you for keeping our community clean, and we look forward to you cleaning the rest of the community.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Takes us to
Work session
items. Okay, miscellaneous. Old business. I'll jump in on old business. Just a few meetings, just to bring everyone up to speed on a few meetings we had over the last few weeks. We continue to meet with our swim club and go back and forth and coming up to a solution that works for the entire town, both the members and the rest of the town. That's ongoing. We'll have a lot more to present in the future, in the near future. We had a great meeting today with FDU, Deputy Mayors Organ Belcher and the manager. Myself sat down with the Chancellor of FDU, and some very exciting opportunities were discussed. We'll present on that in the near future along with them. Some great ideas and activities for seniors and from students. So we're looking to integrate with FDU, and it was very impressive. We had meetings with the county as it relates to TNX relationship with the county and the DPW. A lot of good movement there, very cooperative. And we have additional meetings with Leonia coming up as well and other towns as we try to work on our DPW and move that towards the next step. upcoming, I'm happy to announce we have some great meetings coming up with community groups. We have a meeting with the Coalition for, I forget the Coalition for the Neighborhood Associations coming up. We have a meeting with the Northeast Block Association, and we also recently had a meeting with the neighbors from Beverly Road and American Legion Drive. So all that's going forward. And again, if anyone out there wants a meeting, their community group, their association with us, please by all means reach out. We'd love to meet and engage with the community beforehand. So when things happen that involve the community, there are partners already. On to new business. New business. Are we gonna? Where do we leave off? That we're going to be pulling the consent items now and go on to that now. Okay, why don't you jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
do I need to jump in with that
Danielle,
one?
You on?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hardly. Mr. Mayor, what do you mean?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
1 second, Danielle.
Don't we have to have public comment first?
We discussed that we're bringing forth the consent agenda items as it relates to the appointments for planning board. And then we're discussing all the appointments. That's what we've discussed. Is that, Mr. Attorney, is that where we left off?
Can I clarify? I think we're nominating now and then voting after, right?
Start over, Danielle. Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I believe where we landed is that we will make the nominations right now. They will to put them on the consent agenda to then be voted on at that time.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question just because I'm a little confused. I was gonna pull some nominations from the consent agenda to maybe make a couple of amendments. Should I do that now?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilman Pagan, are you talking about resolutions that are already listed on there?
Yes.
So then I would suggest that we do that when we come to the consent agenda. Do you agree, Mr. Salmon? We could pull those resolutions from the consent agenda at that time, and he could offer up those amendments.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so I should wait. You're saying, okay.
For the resolutions that are on the consent agenda.
Even though several of them are for the planning board.
Yes.
Okay.
Just for transparency, the public out there get excited. We're nominating dozens of people to boards tonight. We're going to be doing this on an individual basis, so there'll be individual votes. So please be patient with us as we make sure everyone gets their name called and a roll call per person. So stay tuned.
Mr. Mayor, should I proceed?
Please.
Okay, so just to clarify for the public, we will be reading 57 names. There will be 57 new nominations to advisory board seats. I want my council members to note that there are, for some advisory boards, specifically Planning Board, ABCR, and the Youth Advisory Board, there are more nominations than there are seats available. So I just want to make that very clear to everyone. I'm going to start reading off the names now if everyone is ready. So first, we'll start with the Board of Adjustment. We are nominating Amrit Ramjatan to the alternate 4 seat with a term of January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2026. We are then nominating Mark Mermelstein to a full member seat with a term of January 1st, 2025 to 12/31/2025. For the Planning Board, we are nominating Robin Brower for the alternate 1 seat with a term of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. For the Advisory Board on Community Relations, we are reappointing Janlise Flores for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/2026. We are for ABCR as well. We are appointing Eric Segal to a full member seat with a term of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Also ABCR, we are nominating, Wilbur McCullers to the full member seat with a term of January 1st, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Next, for ABCR, we are not renominating Leticia Garcia to a full member seat, January 1st, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Next, for alternate 1, also ABCR, Liat Mafuda alternate 1 for a term of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026.
Danielle,
Next.
pause. Danielle,
Sure.
pause for a second. Danielle, pause for a second. Give me a check 1, 2, Danielle.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing,
You sound
1, 2,
perfect.
3.
I'm sorry to interrupt as you were.
Okay, Liat was the last one, right?
Yes.
Okay, so next, also ABCR for alternate 2, we are nominating Sharuk Awadallah for a term of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Next, for a full member seat, we also ABCR, we are nominating Heidi Fuchs for a term of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Finally, for ABCR, we would like to renominate for our police department member seat, Lieutenant Daniel DeLesio for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/2026. Next up, for the advisory board, Hackensack River Greenway. These, I believe, are all reappointments. No, actually 3 reappointments and 1 new nomination. First, James Worm, nominating him for a full member seat of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Next, for Hackensack River Greenway, Peter Goldman for full member seat, January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Next, for Hackensack River Greenway, Stephen Becker, full member seat, January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. And then finally, for Hackensack River Greenway, we'd like to nominate for the first time Shayna Brander for a full member seat of the January 1, 2024 to 12/31/2025.
Second.
Sorry, I have a lot more, Ellie.
Oh, sorry.
Next, for the Field Advisory Board, we'd like to renominate as the PPRAB liaison, Christina Pammy, with the term of January 1, 2025 to 12/31/2026. Next, for the Municipal Open Space Trust, we'd like to nominate to reappoint the chair, Avi Berliner, for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to renominate Yosef Gillers as the EC rep with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to nominate for the first time to the open PPRAB rep position, Libby Klein, for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And we'd like to nominate John Cohen for the THPC rep role for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/2026. And that's the Teaneck Historical Preservation Commission rep spot, just to clarify. Next advisory board, we're going to do playgrounds, parks, and recreation. We'd like to reappoint co-chair Christina Pammy for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to reappoint member Avi Berliner for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to renominate Michael Rockland for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26, also full member role. Next, for the Patriotic Observance Advisory Board, we would like to renominate John McGilchrist for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Patriotic Observance Advisory Board, we'd like to renominate Scott Pleasance for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And finally, for Patriotic Observance, we'd like to renominate Roosevelt Sills for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Next, for the Pride Advisory Board, we'd like to renominate Deborah Gustin for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Next, for the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, we'd like to renominate Natalie Addison for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also, for Senior Citizens Advisory Board, we'd like to renominate Wilhelmina Jackson for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also to the same board, Lillian Lewis for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also same board, Sandy Law for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also same board, Juanita Brown for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And then finally, new nomination, Janice Dorm, filling an open seat with 1 year remaining for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/25. Next advisory board is the Shade Tree Advisory Board. We'd like to renominate Nancy Cochran as co-chair for 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Robbie Langert, full member, 1/1/25, 12/31/26. Zena Barrera, 1/25 to 12/31/26. David Straight, alternate number 1 on this Shade Tree Advisory Board, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And then finally, Debbie Behar as alternate 2 for 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. For Site Plan Review Board, we'd like to nominate David Ohana for a 1-year term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/25. We'd like to nominate for the first time Jonathan Sakheim will fill a member architect seat for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And Michael Stock. Doug, I think we need to get clarification for what term he has. I can't recall which terms are open. So I don't know if we could put a placeholder there.
Yeah, I'll confirm that.
Okay, thank you. But Michael Stock for the Site Plan Review Board. Term to be confirmed in a second. Next, for the Social Services Advisory Board, we'd like to nominate Lawrence Bernard for a full member seat of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And we would like to nominate Tess Tomasi as chair of the Social Services Advisory Board for a term expiring on 12/31/25. Next, we have Stigma Free. We'd like to renominate Jose Zenon for a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26, and I believe Jose is the chair. We'd like to nominate Alex Sorbonne, who is our social services member, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to nominate for the first time Willie Thornton for a full member seat, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also nominate for the first time Aaliyah Ba for a full member seat, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. All right, 2 more boards left. Next, for the Teaneck Municipal Alliance Against Substance Abuse, we'd like to renominate Victoria Fisher as chair with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Danielle,
Yes.
That's a Board of Ed seat. It has to go to someone else.
I believe we got clarification that was not a Board of Ed seat, and she held that role before she was on the Board of Ed.
Oh, I thought we have to have a member of the Board of Ed there.
That was my understanding too. Also, Doug, did she reapply? I didn't see her on the list.
Okay, Adrian Williams is from the school, but I thought that there had to be a member from the Board of Ed. We have to look into it.
Danielle, can you go forward?
Can I continue? Okay. Next, we have Nancy Cochran, full member seat, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also in Teaneck Municipal Alliance Against Substance Abuse, Adrian Williams, full member seat, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And finally, sitting in the FDU representative seat, Tiffany Walker, with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Final advisory board is the Youth Advisory Board. We'd like to renominate Dwayne Harley with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Also like to renominate Shay Lewis with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to nominate for the first time Priscilla Hawks with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. We'd like to nominate Greg Cooper with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/25. And finally, Kevin Gibbs with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/25.
Okay, can I just ask you one thing? Can you let us know, or maybe start bottom up, how many seats are open? I mean, what's contested and what's not, if you don't mind?
Yes, so for you want bottom up, for the Youth
Yeah, I think that makes
Advisory Board,
Mhm.
there are 4 open seats. And so I think all of the seats are just full advisor roles. So any 4 of the 5 names you could support.
Understood. Okay.
Then the next one where there are contested seats is the Advisory Board and Community Relations.
Mhm.
Right now, we have 2 alternate seats, and let me just make sure I count this correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full member seats and 2 alternate seats. And sorry, there are 4 full member seats and 2 alternate seats. And there are 5 nominees for the full member seats. So you can only support 4 of the 5 nominees for full member seats.
Planning board is,
Planning board, there are 2 nominees. Oh, and I forgot, sorry. Before we do this, can I add one more addition, Doug? We'd also like to nominate to the planning board, Alan Sohn for the alternate 1 seat.
1 second, Danielle. I'm very sorry.
Sorry. This is a walk-on. It's not on our, the
You gotta give
document.
me a minute because I'm talking with Scott about something else.
Okay, so we're gonna add that as well. So where were we? Planning board? There are there's 1 class 4 member seat. There's 1 class 4
Yeah,
EC member
Danielle,
seat, and
Danielle,
there
just
is
one
one.
if I can interrupt, I'm sorry,
Sure.
Danielle. I thought I was supposed to pull the planning board.
let's take a time out.
Yeah,
let
the
them-
clerk
Yeah,
just
during the
asked us to
consent
wait.
agenda. Sorry, Danielle.
Can I answer his question, Mr. Mayor?
No. 1
Okay.
second. But
Okay, sorry. We're gonna handle this as they came in. The first question we had was the Site Plan Review Advisory Board of Michael Stock.
Yes.
And after conferring with Mr. Salmon, it seems that he can be appointed to the member. We have a few vacancies on Site Plan Review Advisory Board. It would appear that Michael Stock could fit into the member vacancy, the alternate 1 vacancy, or the alternate 2 vacancy. And these are the alternate position is for. I'll need to work that out. It's going to be 3 or 2 years. It's going to be 3 or 2 years. I'll just
Can-
work that out.
Can you let us know the term for the remaining full member seat?
Say that one more time, Danielle. I'm sorry.
You said there was 1 full member seat and then 2 alternate seats. Can you let us know what the term is for the full member seat that's remaining?
I believe it's 3 years, but I just want to read on that a little more.
So I would recommend that we nominate for the full member seat before we nominate alternates.
I would tend to agree, even though it's not my appointment.
But Danielle, could we give David Ohana the 3-year seat and not the 1-year seat so that since he's been on?
I would be okay with that.
And then then we could give if David Ohana, we want him to have the 3-year seat, and
Michael Stock, the 1 year.
sure, yeah,
Okay.
we could do that. And if there's a logistical error, I'll flag it to you guys.
Okay, I'm updating the spreadsheet as I go. Sorry.
Thank you so much for that. The
2.
second thing I got, I'm sorry to cut you off, was Tomasa having a requirement in regards to a Board of Education member. So the way the code reads it is a suggestion. Our membership of 9 people may include a chief of police or designee, president of Board of Education or designee, so on and so forth, superintendent of schools or designee, a rep from a parent-teacher association, a local bargaining unit for teachers. So there's just like suggestions. It doesn't use an explicit language. The third question was if Ms. Fisher reapplied, and she did reassert her interest to keep serving in the beginning of the year.
What date?
What date did you ask me? That was January 6th.
Okay, thank you.
No
So
problem.
If we could put a hold on that, we meet quarterly and we're not meeting yet, but the majority of the funding that we get goes to the Board of Ed or goes to the schools. So I think it's something we should discuss. So if we could leave that seat for now.
There's no meeting. So it's
No,
not-
there's nothing coming
it's
up
not-
right now.
So let's hold off.
So did you mark that down, Councilwoman G?
Sorry, I mean, personally, I feel like I would support, why, are we saying we would hold on all of all three seats?
No, I think it's important to have a member of the Board of Ed on there. That was her role. So I think it's something we should discuss. Something we should discuss with the president of the Board of Ed.
So is she making a motion? And I'm just trying to figure out, this is a
Well,
lot
I
going
think we're
on.
in the middle of discussion. If I'm not missing this, I'm thinking that if we've gotten, confirmation from the attorney that it is acceptable to have someone who is not on the Board of Ed. I don't really see why we would, unless we're holding up all the other nominations.
Tomasa is a committee that meets so that we can get funding from different organizations and then we disperse it. We disperse it to different things. And one of the things we disperse it to is the high school project graduation, different things that the school needs it for. And so in my opinion, as the council liaison, I think it's very important to have a member of the Board of Ed on the board. So there are other seats opening up. If council feels that it's important to have Ms. Fisher on there, there are other seats open, but I think we should discuss with the president of the Board of Ed their feeling on this. And we haven't.
Do we have four
So,
votes? Do we have four
Myra-
votes?
Wait, I want to add, just on that, I would like to add to that to move up Muyez Elas and Michael Klatsky as full members on Board of Adjustment.
We're gonna just talk about Tomasa for a quick second. So-
Oops, I
So
agree.
we're Tomasa-
I'll
we're
totally
holding-
second.
Okay, we're holding on Tomasa. Tomasa's out. Tomasa's out for this meeting.
Wait, did we vote on that?
We have nodding heads. We agreed to.
I think we should take a vote.
Okay, let's take a vote. Roll call, please.
I'm very sorry, Mayor. This is to just hold off on Victoria Fisher's,
No, let's hold off on Tomasa right now.
the whole Tomasa,
Correct.
okay. And there's a roll call to hold off on Tomasa appointments, reappointments.
Motion by Schwartz, second by who?
Second,
Second by Goldberg. Roll call, please, to hold off on Tomasa for tonight.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
yes.
Councilman Began.
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
I mean, I would be comfortable with moving forward, so I'm gonna say
That's a
no,
no.
but I hear you, Deputy Mayor.
Councilman Katz,
Just to be clear, there's no meetings till the next, Tomasa meeting, just till the next council meeting, right? So,
Correct.
okay, so I'm okay on holding off.
yes, Deputy Mayor Belcher,
I'm okay with holding off.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
we'll hold off on
Tommaso's out.
Tomasa.
Okay,
Okay, so now I'm adding in, I would like to move up Michael Klatsky and Muyez Elas from Board of Adjustment. They're
Second.
currently one
we
and two,
interview-
moving
did we
them
do
into
these
the
interviews?
alternate.
do we have, I don't even know, do we interview any? I don't think we interview either of these people. right?
Their open seats are moving up.
And I seconded.
They're not up for reappointment.
Okay,
I just want to clarify what Councilwoman Goldberg is saying. Michael Klatsky and
Muyez Elas.
Muez, they're sitting members right now.
They're sitting members.
They're
and there's two
alternate
full-
one and
right.
two
So I'm making the
on
motion
Board
that
of
we move them up.
Adjustment.
So for discussion,
I just want to clarify, everyone. They are midterm as alternate 1 and 2 respectively, expiring December 31 of this year.
Correct.
They're midterm right now.
so for discussion, Mark Mermelstein is being nominated to the full member seat because he was removed from the board from a full member seat. And I think there are members of council who feels that his removal was inappropriate.
okay.
It's to right or
I
wrong.
don't think anybody was removed.
Well, so we're gonna have, that's why we vote. It's a beautiful thing, democracy. Okay, so we're gonna have a vote on that. So we're gonna do a roll call. We're gonna do a roll call. Let's go through the Board of Adjustment. We have right now Amrit, I'm gonna skip your last name, and Mark Mermelstein, And now there's a motion to also to move them up. So you want to realign this and take the lead, Doug, or do you need me to take the lead?
Mr. Mayor, can I just recommend that we vote on the motion as is?
I didn't hear what you said. Can you do what?
If we vote on the motion as is, if it doesn't pass, then there's no required like rejiggering. So I think we should just
That's
vote
fine.
before. Yeah.
So there's a motion by Goldberg, seconded by Pagan to move up Klatsky and I'm sorry,
You lost.
Elas. Roll call, please.
So I'm sorry, that's the motion, this,
That's the motion to move up those two individuals, correct?
and what did Deputy Mayor Organ say about, Mermelstein? That's not on this.
That's not on this motion right now. The motion is
Okay.
just to move up Klatsky and,
And I just want to thank this Councilmember Katz. This was actually his suggestion,
okay,
It was my suggestion.
What-
moving them up.
we have a
Well,
motion.
that's always my suggestion, but
Okay,
What are we exactly moving them to? I just want to
Nothing.
specify.
well, let's go over it again. There's a motion on the floor and a second
Yes.
to move up member Klatsky and member
You lost.
Elas to full position.
but will that leave a position for Mermelstein?
It
That's
will
my
not.
question.
It will not. That's the motion.
There's 2 alternate positions.
That's the motion. Roll call, please.
We have Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
No.
Councilman Katz,
No,
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
No.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
No.
Mayor Schwartz.
No.
Motion
Okay.
died.
Now, so what are there any other comments from the attorney before we go on and start making these motions? I'm sure we're good.
Was there anything?
Was there another seat? Was there any other?
We had
issue?
more. Yeah, I stopped midway. We weren't done.
Okay.
Okay. As you were then, Danielle.
And now I don't even remember where I left off. So I think we did ABCR. I clarified that there are 4 full member seats, yet 5 nominees. And then 2 alternate seats for ABCR.
Next.
For planning board, there are, and this is where it gets complicated. There's 1 class 4 member seat, yet there were 2 nominees for that seat, which are currently on the consent agenda. There was 1 nominee for a class 4 EC member seat and only one, there's 1 available seat and only 1 nominee. For the alternate 1 seat on the planning board, there was 1 nominee last week and there are 2 nominees this week for Robin Brower and Alan Stone. So there are 3 nominees for 1 alternate 1 seat. Is that clear to everyone?
And when we go for that vote, we'll do it again. So what else is contested on this list? So we can.
Those are the only 3 advisory board with contested seats: planning board, ABCR, and youth advisory board.
Will the council entertain a motion to approve all the boards that have non-contested seats?
No, I think there's
I'm
contested
asking.
or not.
So is there a motion
Okay.
by this council to approve all the nominees on non-contested boards?
So moved.
second,
Roll call, please.
To move forward, Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Councilman Pagan,
No.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
yes, if it's not contested, why are we breaking it up?
Councilman Katz, sorry, Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes. All the names for the boards that are not contested have now been appointed. Thank you very much to our residents, some in the audience.
Wait,
Wait,
appointed
question.
or moved
Move
the
to
consent
consent
Yeah,
agenda.
aren't these nominations to the consent agenda?
Correct.
And wasn't
I'm sorry.
that for doing it all at once, not the not the
That's to do
nomination?
all of this, correct. So
Right, so now we have to do it.
We do under consent agenda, Mr. Clerk?
So now that all that is added, I will be
Was
assigning.
that a motion to move it to the consent
That
agenda?
was the motion to move it to the consent agenda. How do you want to go about this, Mr. Clerk? Under the consent agenda, you'll sign it and we'll vote?
Yeah, between now and when we get there, I'm just going to do some assigning so you guys can vote accordingly.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, if it helps, I can send a revised list with just those names.
That would be helpful.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to at least vote by board.
Second.
We already moved everything to the consent except for the boards that are
Okay,
non. Are
I
you talking
think
about
that
the
we should
contested
discuss
boards?
this by board.
Are you talking about the contested seats?
I don't know what's contested or not.
She announced it. We'll go through it again. The Board of Adjustments contested. The Planning Board's contested. ABCR is contested, and the Youth Advisory Board is contested. Is that correct, Mrs. Chair?
No, Board of-
No, that's not.
Not the Board of Adjustment. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have Planning Board, ABCR, and the Youth Advisory Board.
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay. Is that what you're referring to? Councilwoman Goldberg, is that what you're referring to?
I think that we should be voting on this by board because,
We
I-
already made a
again,
motion. That motion
and
already
I'm
failed.
making a motion to vote on it by board.
We already had the motion. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney? That we're moving this to consent agenda as one. I believe it has roll call, correct?
That's correct.
That motion, that ship has sailed. So,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I just want to make a footnote here. If the audience hasn't seen this, that the amazing work that Councilmember G did, putting together all of these very confusing mishmash of names. I mean, she only presented the ones that were nominated. She didn't show you her grid of all the people that applied, all the people that we interviewed, all the people that were considered, all the people that we moved forward, and et cetera. So I just want to thank her for, I mean, I know that many of us were confused just listening to everything. I can only imagine the residents, and just think about what Danielle G did to put this together. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay.
Appreciate it.
Chair G, do you want to start the process as it relates to the Planning Board, ABCR, and the Youth Advisory Board? Those are the three topics up for conversation now. Please take the lead.
Yes. Okay. So for let's start with Planning Board. Howard Thompson, Yehuda Cohn, Daryl Green, Alan Stone have already all been nominated and are on the consent agenda. But there are two additional nominations we need to make today. First, Robin Brower for alternate 1, term 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And second, Alan Stone for alternate 1, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Is that a first? Going to roll call on that, Mr. Clerk? Is that what
Wait,
we're
can you
gonna do?
just repeat that with the motion?
The motion is to nominate and add to the consent agenda for the Planning Board alternate 1 seat, Robin Brower and Alan Stone. The terms are 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
So
I'll
we would have,
second.
and that's been seconded. So we have a roll call, and after the roll call, if it passes, it's going to go to voting. Is that what we're doing?
To this consent.
Consent agenda. Okay.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan, Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes. Okay. Chair G?
All right, next, ABCR. Let's see, I'm gonna just reread the names again. Again, there are 4 full member seats available and 5 nominees. I'll read them all again. Jenlise Flores, full member 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Eric Segal, full member 1/1/25, 12/31/26. Wilbur McCullers, full member 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Letitia Garcia, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. Heidi Fuchs, full member 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. For the alternate seats, we have Liat Mafuda, alternate 1, 1/1/25 to 12/31/6, and Sharuk Awadallah, alternate 2, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26. And for our police department member seat, Lieutenant Daniel Delesio, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Chair G, just to confirm, there's 2 alternate seats and there's 2 people for alternate seats. So there's no contest there.
Correct.
Correct. And then for the police, there's 1 for 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So-
And I'm sorry, of the 5 people that are nominated for the 4 full seats, 3 of them are reappointments.
4 are reappointments.
3
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, 3 are. My bad.
of the 4.
So for starters, I'll make the
Yeah.
motion to appoint Liat Mafuda and Sharuk, I'm sorry, the last name?
Awadallah.
To the alternate seat, to the 2 alternate seats.
Second.
Okay, roll call, sir.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes on Liat, no on Sharuk.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes on Mafuta and no on.
Councilwoman G. I'm very sorry, Danielle. Councilman Pagan, I'm sorry. Can you just repeat that into the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Because I am gonna need to
Yes.
go back to the record on
Yes
all
on
this.
Mafuta, no on Awadala.
Thank you. Councilwoman G,
Yes to both.
Councilman Katz,
Yes to both.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes to both.
Deputy Mayor Morgan,
Yes to both.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes to both.
Approved.
Okay, we now have 5 names for 4 spots. We have a motion. If someone wants to start motion,
Should we do one by one?
yes, how is that going to work? If we after the 4th, we're done?
Well, we could do all 5. Again, these are just nominations to the
Okay, so-
consent agenda.
All right, so I'll make a motion to nominate all 5 and bring it to the consent agenda. For a second. Roll call, please.
Second.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes on Yanis, yes on Eric, yes on Wilbur, yes on Heidi, no on Letitia.
Councilman Pagan,
This is where I'm getting a little confused because I'm looking at the list. I'm a yes on Flores, yes on Seagull, yes on McCullers, yes on Fuchs. Was the lieutenant the other one?
No, lieutenant's 1 for 1.
Letitia Garcia is the other one.
Oh, no on Garcia.
Councilwoman G,
Yes, to make it simpler, I'm not gonna do all just to make it simpler. I'm gonna do yes to Jen Leith, yes to Eric Segal, yes to Wilbur McCullers, and yes to Letitia Garcia. And no to Heidi Fuchs.
Councilman Katz,
I just need some help with these names here, but I'm a yes on Letitia and yes on Heidi. I'm gonna say yes to all, right? It's just going to the consent agenda.
Correct.
So I'm gonna do yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Morgan,
Yes to all.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes to all.
Approved on
Okay.
consent.
And do we need to nominate Lieutenant Delesio?
Yes, I'll make a motion to nominate Lieutenant Delesio to the police
Second.
officer seat. Second roll call. Second Pagan roll call.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Morgan,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes. Okay, Chair G, take us down to the Youth Advisory Board as the final board. Tell us what's going on, please.
There are 4 open seats, 5 nominees. I will note that the ordinance does call for advisors to be Teaneck residents, and one of the nominees is not a resident, just for your information. So do you want me to reread the names?
Well, can we talk about that? Is that a problem? Is that if that's a problem, then there's no point in nominating. Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, if there's a requirement that someone be resident, you can.
So it's for, so the.
On
this
the
is
Youth
not-
Advisory Board, I thought that was for ABCR.
Let me look to see if there is. a
I
requirement.
can read
I'm
the
saying
code
it's
out loud.
Let's take a look at the code.
I
Okay,
have it.
code. Excellent.
Open.
What's the, do you have the section number?
I do have it. Oh, I don't have the section number, but I can read it out loud. It says, membership. The membership of the board shall consist of 7 advisors appointed by the council from among residents of the Township of Teaneck and youth members appointed by the advisor members.
And Mr. Mayor, may I just comment that I think that it behooves us to have residents involved with our youth that we know are planted in our
Well,
community.
I agree, but if the code, it doesn't make a difference what you and I opinion on if the code's the code. So I think the code agrees.
And I just want to, oh, sorry.
Is that confirmed, Mr. Attorney?
I agree.
Okay, so it's no longer a contested matter. So is there something you wanted to say before we go on for a roll call for the 4 for 4?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can I say one thing? I just want to flag that the non-resident is an active member of the community and is a teacher at one of our schools and a phenomenal contributor to the township. Just he's unfortunately not a resident. I just want to make sure that was clear.
And he grew up here.
Yeah,
Okay, but it seems our hands are tied no matter what. You can Superman, correct?
correct.
So
correct.
unfortunately, so with that said, there are 4 names, there's 4 seats. I'll make a motion to move all to the floor, to move all to the consent agenda. Second on
I
that?
thought there's 3 seats.
Second.
It's 4 seats for 4. Is that correct, Chair?
Yes,
names
there are
for
4 seats.
4 names.
Yes.
4 names. Got it.
Do we have a
Second.
resignation? Wait, did somebody, I know that Kawanji didn't reapply.
He just made a nomination.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm asking a question.
Emmanuel Klein resigned.
When was that?
So there's 4
Mr.
seats.
Clerk?
That is confirmed. He confirmed with me as well that he resigned.
I think there's a motion on the floor.
Sure. So let's do a motion on the floor to nominate those 4 names to the 4 open seats. There's a second.
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 Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk, do we need to read the names?
Let's read the
Probably,
names.
yeah, you
Yes,
should
please
read
read
the
the
name.
names.
It's Dwayne Harley, Shay Lewis, Priscilla Hawks, and Kevin Gibbs.
So moved.
so we have a
Second.
motion, we have a second.
To move the names to the consent agenda. This is not a vote, but to move it to the consent agenda.
Yes, Mayor, you are correct. Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes on Gibbs, yes on Hawks. Yes on Shay, no on Dwayne.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes on Cooper, yes on Gibbs, no on Harley, and no on Lewis.
Cooper's not on the list.
Oh, sorry, Hawks. Yes on Gibbs, yes on Hawks, no on Lewis, no on Harley. I think those.
Councilwoman G,
Yes on all.
Councilman Katz,
Yes on all and twice on Gibbs.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes on all.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
No on Lewis, yes to the others.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes on all. Okay.
Cool.
Consent agenda, and we move on. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, I will
Using.
get some resolution numbers in the interim.
Anybody else for new business?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
How does everybody feel about changing the ordinances for the advisory boards that you either need to live in town, be employed in town, or heavily involved in town, and we can make the decisions then?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just, I don't remember how we left this last time, but maybe coupling the deputy mayor's suggestion, we put it with this, we come up with a subcommittee to revise this entire personnel ordinance. This has been honestly one of the most confusing processes I've ever gone through with anything in the last 10 years. So either we're not doing something right or we're overdoing something right. But my suggestion is, can we have this subcommittee sit down and review and see if this is the best way to do it?
Mr. Mayor.
Let's go around the room.
Okay. I'd like to say something as well. I agree with Councilman Ellie on this, because I think that one of the things that we should pride ourselves in is residents who are stepping up and willing to serve. And I think that this process has become very, very problematic. And I think that it's making even our volunteer residents feel as if they are not appreciated, you know, by having to be interviewed again and again, and so on and so forth. So I think that we do, if it is a subcommittee or a task force or whatever, I feel as if my mic is getting very loud. I feel it's important that, you know, that we just make sure that our residents feel welcomed as a part, as it relates to serving.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quickly to what Deputy Mayor Organ said, we just failed to consider a guy who grew up here, who was very involved in the community, which is a shame. So I'm open to it, but I actually like our process that we interview everyone and that we give everybody an opportunity and then council looks at it, but I'm willing to look at it.
Anybody else want to? Sorry, my suggestion is we had the personnel committee review what just happened in the last few weeks and report back to us at the next meeting. We already have a committee for it. I don't think we need a committee to review the committee. But if that's okay, the personnel committee is Chair G, Councilman Katz, and Mayor Pagan. So let's please speak. Please report back to us at the next meeting if there's any changes that you feel should be made.
Will do.
Okay. We are on to communication. Got a request to council from the New Jersey Climate Superfund Act from the Environmental Commission. Can the chair of the Environmental Commission, who's going to report on that?
I think that the chair of the Environmental Commission is coming forward.
Good evening, council. First of all, before I start, I want to thank, what's that? Oh, I'm
Microphone.
sorry. I want to thank Clear River, but I think that they left for their effort in cleaning up Argonne Park. You heard the woman say that they're coming back. This area of the park was also one of the areas that the DPW and the Environmental Commission and all the township volunteers came out to clean up in spring of 2024. And we have told you at this meeting that it really needs professional cleanup. There are things that you can't clean up because they're so embedded in the soil, heavy equipment. So I know that Jacqueline and our liaison to the EC, Hillary, have been talking about this, but I really commend them for their efforts, but it's endless. We need professionals to get in there and clean up that park. It could be a beautiful space. So the reason why we proposed, the Environmental Commission voted at our last meeting in favor on January 15th to bring a resolution to you on council to ask our officials our legislators in the New Jersey State Legislature, and there are other people copied here as well, including the governor, to pass the New Jersey Climate Superfund Act. This is legislation that is pending. I sent you all a letter with a link to the legislation and also PDFs of the actual legislation. This would impose liability on large fossil fuel companies for climate change related damages and establish a program in the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to collect and distribute compensatory payments. The NJDEP has called upon environmental commissions to vote to bring this to municipalities so that our legislators know that municipalities are in favor of this and that we have a need for this, that we are vulnerable to violent storms and stormwater damage, and drought, wildfires, all of which we have experienced here in Teaneck. And we would be able to apply for funds through this to help mitigate some of these damages. It's only going to be getting worse year after year. And the township has this opportunity. So what we're asking you to do is basically what we have done as residents, and the League of Women Voters, Teaneck, the National Council of Jewish Women just agreed to do this. We haven't done it yet, but we will. We agreed to do it. We voted on it. We will also be reaching out to our legislators, asking them to pass this act. Any questions?
Heidi, I just want to thank you about the resolution that's on the council listed item. And I just want to emphasize also that the legislation allows for grant money for the schools to upgrade the cooling systems and improve air quality in our schools, which has been a need, I mean, for at least since I was at Teaneck High School. So I fully support this and I think it's great, but I just wanted to also call out that part as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Goldberg.
Thank you. Are we looking for nodding heads for a resolution, Mr. Clerk? Is that what
the
we're
resolution is council listed?
Council listed? Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Any other communications? Okay. Community reports by council liaison. Environmental Commission.
Here.
Yes.
Not committees, but I have two advisory boards.
Sure.
The Shade Tree Advisory Board met last week and they talked about the Arboretum in Phelps Park, as well as miniature forests and goals, Arbor Days, and CEUs. And the Historic Newbridge Landing Park Commission also met last week and talked about a number of issues concerning the historic landing. But they also wanted to thank our manager and our DPW for help clearing up Brett Park with some illegal dumping that was taking place there, sir.
Okay. Anybody else have the reports? I'll jump in with the Cedar Lane Management Group. Cedar Lane Management Group is working to quickly jumpstart their pilot to replace vacant storefronts from the brown paper with maps or pictures of landscapes. They're going to be working hopefully with the dollar store vacancy first. It's similar to other towns that do this. We discussed a few years back, Surfside, Florida. They're going to be picking up the cost for the first one as we look to at least talk about going forward on certain resolutions or certain ordinances we discussed to make that more of a mandatory requirement so we can get rid of that brown paper stain that we see in all our vacant stores. And the subzoning committee met a few hours ago, so I'll have a report on for the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yeah,
just wanted to,
Sorry.
Deputy Mayor Bilge.
I just wanted to make a comment about the whole idea of putting on the retail storefronts. something other than the brown paper bag. I think we talked about this before. That is something that I think is going to be welcome. It's a, I mean, it's bad enough to have vacancies, but if we can kind of beautify the windows, I think letting people know something, shiny and it's something's coming soon, I think is important. Just in terms of a couple things for me is that the Historic Preservation Commission continues to do a lot of work in terms of many of the wonderful placards that you see around town, the markers that have been placed on many residences. We're really appreciative of that, as well as some work that they're doing in the historic burial site on Pomander Way. So we're excited about things that are going to be coming that way. We encourage businesses to get involved with the Chamber of Commerce. Going forward, I'm looking at an initiative that we can identify all businesses, not just chamber businesses, but all businesses to be placed on in a directory, potentially on our website, so that we can maintain a directory of businesses, so that we all can be aware of many of the talented businesses that we have throughout the township. So there's more to come regarding that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just making a formal request from the PPRAB that the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, if they can send a formal report of the parks related issues before the meeting next week so that it can be reviewed. I sent an email to the chair and the liaison, but I just wanted to reiterate the request from the PPRB.
Okay. Danielle, did you hear that? Councilman G?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
There was a request by the PPRAB to the senior citizens for them to submit a list, I think ASAP almost, of issues.
There's a meeting next week, yeah.
There's a meeting next week. If you can submit a list of the issues that the senior citizens have with the parks, I believe they had made that request prior. If you can fill that in the next few days.
Sure. Roosevelt Sills usually is the member on that board who will provide that list.
On that. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other liaison reports?
Yes.
Please.
The Field Advisory Board had 2 companies come in and walk some of the parks to look at the fields. We've gotten quotes, and it looks like we have some exciting news coming, which we look forward to reporting.
Excellent. Okay. With that, we'll head over to council listed items. Proposed resolution requiring compliance with financial disclosure statement filings. Councilwoman Goldberg and Councilman Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this resolution essentially just strengthens our commitment to transparency, compliance, and ethical government by requiring the individuals who fail or have failed to file the financial disclosure statements 3 or more times are ineligible for appointments or reappointment. It ensures accountability and public trust. I can read the resolution. It's not very long. The Teaneck Township, the Township Council of Teaneck is authorized under New Jersey local ethics law and the Township Code to make appointments to boards, commissions, and management groups, whereas the council recognizes that transparency, accountability, and adherence to ethical standards are essential to maintaining public trust in local government, and compliance with financial disclosure statement filing requirements is a critical component of ensuring that appointees conduct themselves with integrity and without conflicts of interest. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we reaffirm our commitment to transparency and ethical government, and that we will not appoint or reappoint an individual to any board or commission where a financial disclosure statement is required, where that individual had been required by law to file said statement 3 or more times.
Excellent. I'm actually in support. I'm going to jump in. I'm in support of that, but I am in support of that effective our next appointment season, which I believe is January 1st of 26. We've already made our nominations for this year. And, but I think it's important.
What is pushing it off have to do with our current appointments?
Because that's my ask. I want to start it. I think it's excellent. And I want to start it next year, not when we already named 52 people and there's one particular person that you didn't vote for and that you want to target. And I'm not going to be a participation in that target.
I have a quick
So
question.
I'm going to make a motion that this gets put on for a resolution at the next meeting effective January 1st, 2026.
Second.
Thank you. Yeah, roll call, please, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Clerk.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
To clarify, so we're making a motion to not be transparent for a year?
To not
No,
follow
that's
the rules.
That's
To
not a
not follow
question.
the
We're not going to
rules.
have questions like
No,
that.
no, I
There's a
want to know
roll
what
call.
we're
Please say-
voting.
no,
I don't know what we're voting
So I'll
on.
say it again and I'll say it slowly. This is a motion to take your beautifully worded transparent resolution and move it to be approved effective January 1st, 2026. Please start the roll call again.
Did you want that resolution on tonight, Mayor, or next meeting?
Next meeting is fine. It takes effect. My motion will take effect on 1/1/26.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
No, it should take effect
It's a yes or
immediately.
no question. Try it again.
No, 1,000 times.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes. We'll put that into a future meeting and all members will not be able to be nominated for next year if they don't file their financials. Thank you. Next council item, proposed resolution honoring Holocaust Remembrance Day. Councilman Goldberg and Councilman Pagan.
So yesterday, January 27th, was International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yesterday also marked the 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz. And I think it's important that we call and reflect on the horrors that were committed for everyone that survived. We cannot forget the 6 million. And this is also a commitment on Teaneck's Senator Matthew Feldman that championed decades ago in the 70s to pass the legislation for Holocaust education. This was actually his last act. A week before he died, he went to watch Governor Whitman sign the Holocaust Education Act. So
Thank you. And this is a proposed resolution. It's in the packet. And if there's a motion, we'll move this to be voted on the consent agenda. Is that what you're looking for?
I haven't finished talking.
Okay.
So I would like to urge my colleagues and the community to remember this, and then I would like to make the motion to move it.
Second. Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilman Pagan.
Yes.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Added to the consent agenda. I just don't know the number just yet, but it is added to the consent agenda.
Excellent.
Don't worry.
In the triple digits, I think.
I'm playing with a lot of numbers.
Okay. My annual snow parking enforcement ticketing. What is our current, Mr. Manager, do you know our current ticketing amount for not moving your cars?
Last storm, yes, I have.
I mean, I'm sorry,
update
the
for you.
actual dollar amount of the ticket. I apologize.
Dollar amount, I do not
Is
have.
that
with
75
me.
or 100?
I think it's 100.
It's
as well.
100.
Mhm.
Okay.
I believe it's 100.
And the next question we wanted to discuss is if it's 100, I'm fine. I thought I just want to make sure it wasn't 75. We do need to put together stronger enforcement on our sidewalks. The sidewalks, especially the business district, people think that it's a voluntary action to shovel, and especially in the residents as well. I believe there's already 2 codes. The code for business, I believe, is 12 hours, and the code for residential is 24. The problem with that code is, how does it get enforced? Right now, it's seemingly voluntary. Do we know how that gets enforced? I believe it's through the health department 4 weeks after the snow melts.
Yes, it's after the snow, after the 24 hours after storm ends.
And how can we ticket the violators? And you've dealt with some of them this past week. How do they get ticketed?
They're issued a summons
By
the health department.
The health department.
Mhm.
So in reality is, do we have the health department going out there afterwards to start aggressively pursuing this?
Yes, now that we have full staffed health department, we'll actually increase the ticketing for the next storm.
Excellent. And how would we alert the health department to a violator? Do we call you? Do we email? What do you?
Yeah, you
recommend?
can email me or call our office and then I'll let them know.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. Proposed resolution, New Jersey Climate Superfund Act. Councilman Goldberg.
Wait,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
sorry, I had my hand up.
I can't see. I'm sorry.
Sorry, just on the snow ticketing. I just want to voice a concern about, potentially residents who don't have, whether it might be someone who's senior, doesn't have the capacity to shovel, or if, someone is out of town and they're unaware of a snowstorm. I just want to flag that maybe there should be some sort of an opportunity for folks who have a valid reason for why they were unable to shovel to potentially address that. It
There-
just, it feels a little bit aggressive to not have an opportunity for folks who, for
Understood, there
whatever
is.
reason.
It's a summons and you can protest the summons and you can say, sorry, I was away in January. I didn't realize it may snow in the Northeast in January. Please waive my ticket, and the judge will make that decision. But there is, you do not instantly have to pay. You can absolutely protest the ticket.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that, if you don't mind, one of the resources that we have kind of lost in the last year or year and a half is the forum. And the forum acted as a resource for many of our residents when it came to shoveling snow. I know people that would call me and say, hey, do you know someone that can help? The snowstorm is coming, and I would refer them to Yvonne Witter, who was running the forum, and she had a whole list of students who were eager to get paid during snowstorms. So I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that we've kind of lost that resource, and maybe that's something that we need to evaluate as leaders as to how we can perhaps fill that void.
We didn't lose
they-
the forum.
Are
It's
they
still
no
there.
longer?
No, that's not what I said. I did not say we lost the forum. I said we lost the resource. Right, right, in terms, yeah, in terms of.
like the forum shut down.
Yeah, no, not the forum shut down, but the resource of Miss Witter has retired.
Understood.
Do not believe anyone has picked up that mantle to take care of galvanizing students to shovel snow.
Understood.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sorry.
two
Council
things.
Katz,
So,
yes.
yeah, so first of all, I spoke to Nick Campestri from the forum, and he actually did suggest that I give out his phone number, and he would help coordinate people to shovel. So maybe if it's okay with council, if maybe the manager can reach out to Nick and just confirm that, and maybe disseminate that information online and by Nixle, just so that A, the students can have jobs, and B, the seniors and people that need it can have shovelers, since we still probably are going to have some snow, maybe, hopefully not. The other thing is, I do feel that your position on, I mean, I don't know what transpired over the last week that gave you this position, but the position on being so aggressive on the residents and the merchants on the snow shoveling was a little bit too much. That there could be reasons, and to I guess hurt our residents and hurt our merchants with fines and violations, without warnings, etc. Especially since not everyone's been there for 20 years. Some may not know that the sidewalk is the resident's responsibility. It may not be the right tact.
So I would take this one. So I was the one that was home during the snow, and Mayor Schwartz was out, and I was the one that was fielding the phone calls from the residents whose streets weren't plowed and the people that were slipping on the snow because they weren't shoveled. And the 99% of the people that had a problem was because their neighbor hadn't moved their car. And so when the plows came by, and our DPW did a phenomenal job this past storm, they got down to the blacktop and they went curb to curb. The streets that had a problem because when a car is left on the street, you get 20 feet on each end that's not plowed, and then they move the car out, but that snow remains and it's frozen. And the pictures that we got, specifically the corner of Cedar Lane and Elm, was never shoveled, and people were slipping on it and people were getting hurt. So this is to protect the residents, and I understand that it's burdensome for people, and I understand that people don't have money for it, and it's not meant to be punitive in any way. It's meant to be a lesson so that people are more likely to pay attention and move their car. But when you weigh the risk to a resident of getting hurt from snow, or the risk to a resident that has a child who reached out, who needs to be picked up in front of the house because they have special needs, and now the car can't get there because somebody didn't move a car, that has to take priority right now. So totally get it. And for people that need help with a resource to shovel, we're happy to be there. It's got to be enough that the next time they don't leave the car there. And I spent my entire day off on my phone answering people for this. I took it for the whole town that day, and I heard each complaint, and I drove around afterwards to see, and each time it was a car that had pulled out of the spot, and you have to move your cars. It's not fair to your neighbors, it's not fair to the residents, and it's not fair to the DPW.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
No, so to Deputy Mayor Organ's point, I agree with her. Listen, this is something that you and I have tangled with over the years. You want capital punishment. I got them to stop at $100 fine, and I agree with you that we should encourage and continue to remind, especially the new people who moved in, about the dangers. Deputy Mayor Organ is a life member of the ambulance corps, and she knows how many times she's turned up a hill with a patient in the back and had to decide whether or not she was going to even make it past the two cars that were, in the middle of the street during a snowstorm. So I don't disagree. I was talking more about the aggressive approach on the residents and the merchants for the sidewalk, that without those type of reminders.
I'll address that and appreciate it, but I have a choice. Do I hurt the merchant who refuse to shovel, or do we hurt the resident who now broke his ankle as a result? And you can speak with TVAC how many the call volume was through the roof with slips and falls. So we'll continue to absolutely inform people and advise people that you have to shovel. Snow doesn't shovel by itself. And our goal is to get $0, 0 violations, 0 summonses, yet 100% compliance. So as a council, as community members, many leaders in the room as well, if you could please keep urging everyone that we do not want to penalize you, but we do need, you must shovel your sidewalks.
I have a question. Is there any opportunity with any of the private lots, like a public-private discussion where residents can park there, and then we can, again, I don't know what resources that we have, but to help shuttle them. So if there's a private lot and residents need to move their cars, they have a lot, and then we arrange whether it's a community effort or something to bring them home. So it's not, sorry, you have to walk.
Well, the problem is that we are, first of all, we're talking snowstorms and snow and ice, and we're going to put our commuter and senior vans driving around town picking up people when they shouldn't be driving. So while people mention that's an excellent idea, I don't think it's realistically going to happen that we're going to have vans picking up and dropping off people. In certain times, the government can't fulfill what I believe neighbors, friends, family, and a worst case Uber as a worst case to do. But we don't have it. We don't have any private lots, but our municipal lots are open for people to park in hours before the storm and open hours after the storm. We have close to if not over 1,000 parking spots available to everyone should they need it.
Okay, but there are private lots, and I'm just asking if it's something that we can look into.
I don't have no private lots. I'm not sure what you're referring to. What private lots?
There's plenty of spots in residential neighborhoods where there's parking spots that are open. 1500 Teaneck Road has a lot of open spots. And we work with our businesses and in a public-private partnership to see if there's opportunities to have residents have a place to park, and then find resources, whether it's the community, whether it's the township, to help get people there. We have people coming home from shifts, whether they're emergency workers in the middle of the night, and we need to be sure that they're safe and not get penalized.
Again, I'm not in favor of that. I appreciate it. Personally, I'm not in favor of it. I'm not in favor of having town resources right now sit down with owners and bill the town for insurance to park in 1500 Teaneck Road if they even want to, when we have quite a docket of stuff to work on when the municipal spots are available for people if they want to park in. So if there's other people in this council that want to take this project on, please. But right now, in defending the manager's office, we don't have resources right now to sit down with apartment building owners, spend money on insurance policies. I'm sure, Mr. Attorney, we would need insurance to do that, to allow public cars who don't want to park in municipal lots to park in private parking lots. So if someone else wants to take it on, they want to have my favor.
Mayor, I just wanted to chime in on this from a different perspective. In my experience, for us agreeing, not that I don't want to have a partnership for parking, but for insurance purposes, we should probably stick with municipal lots. It is something we can look into, but we would have to look into the insurance liability with us giving residents the ability to park in a private business lot. But definitely something I would be willing to look into. I just want to bring that up.
I would chime in to say that I venture there to say that there are many new residents that don't really understand that before snowstorm, they cannot park on the street. So perhaps what we could do is maybe look at communication, just basic communication, Nixle, maybe before major snowstorm, or even, I don't know what you call those little boards that they put signs out on the major thoroughfares to say, whatever, you're going too fast, to say, you must park off the street for the upcoming snowstorm or something along those lines. So I'm just thinking that it's just a communication issue. People just don't understand. They have to get their cars off the street.
I think it went out by Nixle. It went out on the police Facebook page, the town's Facebook page, Teaneck Today. It was shared so much, and then it was shared again when the restriction was lifted. But all
the Teaneck Times, the Bible.
the rules were out there, and the hours that you had to shovel, how much time you had, everything was put out, and it was put out again, and it was repeated and shared again.
Oh, wait, Mr. Mayor. Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry, go ahead. Did I?
I think we're missing the,
Yeah, the resolution for the Environmental Commission.
there was the last council listed item.
Yes, there was one more council listed
It was,
item.
you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, it's the resolution. Thank you. It's a resolution that Chair Dillon mentioned to ask us to support the assembly in the New Jersey Superfund Act. If it passes, it provides ability for the township to get money from stormwater and as well as the schools. And I think it's really important. And on the list, I also asked that we send a copy to the Board of Ed to see if they would support it as well. So I'm moving that.
Second.
Please.
Adding the consent agenda, again, number to be determined, Councilwoman Goldberg,
We do not hear.
Yeah.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Added the consent agenda.
Thank you. Miss.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and township residents. As the mayor mentioned, our next planning board meeting in reference to the master plan is scheduled for Thursday, January 30th at 7:30 p.m. at the Rhoda Center, room MP1. Please see our website for additional details and communication. We will be planning a Ramadan crescent lighting celebration for February 24th. Details will be posted on social media in the coming weeks. Argonne Park and the Voti Park tennis courts remain closed for inspection and repair until further notice. As an update, we are moving forward with February as our pedestrian safety and street smart campaign. The Traffic Bureau and Bergen County, along with our Street Smart Committee, will be meeting on February 3rd to discuss a specific intersection to focus on for pedestrian safety upgrades. Through the month of February, our Motor Patrol Division will crack down on crosswalk violations. Our community policing is going to engage with school groups for educational purposes, and we will be inspecting areas in question. The Rothenberg Law Firm has donated several thousand pedestrian reflector bells that are now available to residents in police headquarters. And also there is a box and some here located on the table for anyone who's here who'd like to take one. They look like this, if anyone is interested. This will increase safety for our pedestrians with added visibility in our crosswalks and intersections. We have experienced our first winter snowstorm, as we just had some conversation about, and our DPW, I'd like to comment, did an exceptional job. We used 600 tons of salt and 1,500 gallons of liquid calcium chloride. Please be reminded that when there is a snow emergency declared, all vehicles must be removed from the roadway unless you are parked in an exempt area. For additional information for off-street parking, residents are encouraged to use municipal lots. We now have one website page. I know this was mentioned to us. It's tnecknj.gov/snow, and that will give all information pertaining to parking, snow restrictions, and cleanup obligations. From our most recent snowstorm on January 19th, there were 241 snow ordinance violations issued and 4 vehicles were towed. Please be advised that the New Jersey Department of Transportation is conducting a virtual public information center to provide information on the Route 4 Hackensack River Bridge Replacement Project. This has been posted to the front page of our website. The link is available from January 27th to February 7th. Please feel free to log on for more information within this timeframe. As for grant updates, I have no updates tonight. Moving on to our project updates. Last meeting, I gave several park updates to everyone. I have nothing, no immediate changes to report on tonight. Our Bella Ave drainage project, we are continuing to work with the DEP to get the minor diversion approved. We are negotiating the compensation amount and the process to get to a mutually agreeable appraisal. In the meantime, we have proposed to get the land leased from NJDEP so that we can start working on the project as soon as possible. The initial design work is in progress and tracking completion by the end of March for submittal to NJDEP, and the EPA are on track. Friendly reminder to sign up for your township alerts on the front page of our website. This is the most efficient way for you to stay informed as a resident of Teaneck. I would now like to turn this over to Graham Petto from Topology, our new planning firm. I've asked him to put together a presentation for everyone to outline our 4th round affordable housing obligations, DCA calculations, and a look forward for what we can expect. This will also help explain the resolution that's on tonight's meeting with our modified calculation from 431 units to 384 units. Graham, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hashmit. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Township Council, and residents here of Teaneck. My name is Graham Petto, principal with the planning firm Topology. Happy to be here in Teaneck, here as your planner this year. Looking forward to working with you all. So this evening, I'm here to kind of start the process, the first step of the process of the 4th round of affordable housing compliance here for the township. As everyone is, most are well aware, last spring, the Governor Murphy signed the new legislation, A4S50, which is the new affordable housing legislation, which sets forth the new scope and parameters for how affordable housing is to be adjudicated in subsequent rounds, beginning with this round here in the 4th round. As most are aware, or may recall, the 3rd round process was a delayed compliance process, settled in court, between negotiations between the Fair Share Housing Center and each municipality. Numbers were provided and published and agreed to. It was a very different process. I'm happy to report that the process now, under the new legislation, is a much more open, public, and transparent process. The methodology for calculating the number is set forth within the law, and will be a much more public process as we move into the planning phase, which will be the 2nd component. If we could advance to the next slide, I'll kind of walk through the high-level timeline that we're looking at. Next slide, 2. So I prepared this slide, which kind of walks through the full timeline of what to expect in this process. As was mentioned earlier this evening, the first deadline that is forthcoming is January 31st of 2025, where all municipal governing bodies across the state for all towns must adopt their prospective need obligation number by resolution. That is the number of affordable housing units that the municipality needs to plan for between the forthcoming 10-year period from 2025 through 2035. Failure to comply with this deadline will municipalities that do not meet this timeline will then be subject to builders remedy lawsuits, or open themselves up to non-compliant status. So it's important that we effectuate this resolution this evening so that the township maintains compliance through the process. Following adoption this evening, there will be a challenge period. So any interested party can challenge the number that is adopted by the municipality. That deadline for that is February 28th of 2025. Following that, the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program, which is a new entity with the Administrator Office of the Courts, will review challenges during the month of March, from March 1st through April 1st, and review what the municipality adopted, what the challenge indicates, where there may be deficiencies or challenges to the number, and a final ruling on the number will be issued by April 1st. Concurrently in that process, item number 4, beginning February 1st, and as we move through the balance of the spring and into the early summer, will be the development of the housing element and fair share plan process. This is an important document. It's a component element of your master plan. Happy to hear about the finalization of the township master plan update process. The housing element is a subcomponent of your overall township master plan that will guide how housing is developed and addressed over the following 10-year period, and how this affordable housing obligation is to be accommodated here within the township. A key component of the housing element and fair share plan is what we call a vacant land inventory, vacant land adjustment. It's an analysis that is a key component of the plan to assess how much land is actually available to effectuate development of affordable housing within the town. And it kind of curtails and provides a realistic number based on what you actually have space to build or construct. This is also a very important document that will dovetail nicely with your master plan because differing from the third round process, this will be a public process. We will go through and work collaboratively with the planning board, stakeholders in the community to make sure that this housing element is done in context of the master plan, shaped by the vision that the community has set forth, how they want this growth to occur and happen, so that it's in context and fits within the community appropriately. The deadline is June 30th for that document to be adopted by the planning board and also endorsed by this governing body as well. Following adoption, there is another challenge period of the housing element fair share plan whereby interested parties can challenge mechanisms identified within the plan to effectuate that development. They could say this strategy isn't necessarily going to work or it's not going to yield the units that you've identified. So there is that challenge period. And through the balance of the year, August 31st through December 31st, that's a resolution period where the municipality can work with the challenging party to come to a settlement or resolution of the challenge differences. And the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program can also get involved to help facilitate settlement of those outstanding items. And then finally, item number 7, by March 31st of 2026, that is the final deadline for adoption of all implementation mechanisms, such as ordinances, overlay ordinances, effectuation of any plans to facilitate that development process. I can pause here if anybody has any questions on the overall timeline process. Okay. Very good. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so calculating the need. So how do we calculate what the prospective need number is for each of the municipalities? So as I mentioned at the top, the 4th round calculation methodology is now codified within state law, NJSA 52:27D-304.3. And I'll pause here. It's hyperlinked in the presentation. This presentation will be posted on the township website. So if you're following along, you'll be able to access it later. And that is a link so you can read the statute yourself. And that section sets forth the present prospective fair share obligations, how it's to be calculated. At the highest level, the state is divided into 6 regions. TNEC is located within region 1, and the future need or the prospective growth is determined by past growth within the region. And a share of that growth is estimated to be needed for low and moderate income households. I'll explain that on the next slide. And then allocation to municipalities is done by averaging 3 component factors: an income capacity factor, non-residential valuation factor, and a land capacity factor. Next slide, please. Okay, so first, how many units are to be allocated across each of these regions? What does that calculation number look like? So it is the change in total households between 2010 and 2020. You divide that number by 2.5 to estimate the share of those households that are occupied by lower and moderate incomes. And then that is the number to plan for over the forthcoming 10-year period. So here in region 1, which consists of Bergen County, Hudson County, Passaic County, and Sussex counties, we experienced 69,538 new households created between 2010 and 2020. You divide that by 2.5, you get 27,743, which are estimated to be lower and moderate income households. And that is the total prospective need to be allocated to all municipalities across region 1 over the forthcoming 10-year period. It's a math exercise in the simplest terms. Next slide. Just a note on qualified urban aid municipalities. So the allocation factor is a percentage applied to the overall regional obligation. Region 1 has 122 municipalities across the 4 counties to absorb these 27,743 units. It's important to note, though, that there are 17 qualified urban aid municipalities that are exempt from assignment of a prospective need obligation. Therefore, only 105 municipalities will receive a prospective need obligation in Region 1. So it's important to note that there is an exemption in the law for qualified urban aid municipalities to not receive an assignment of the obligation. Next slide. The DCA provided a report back in October, and in this report, they provided non-binding advisory calculations to help support municipalities' work in preparing their number. The legislation sets forth that municipalities are free to calculate the number independently, and the DCA report is kind of a guiding document to inform that process. That report was published on October 20th of last year, and on November 23rd, the DCA published the data map showing the developable area for the land capacity factor. And DCA has released all supporting methodology, including a workbook, GIS data, the complete document detailing their methodology process. And that's all available on the website that I have linked here as well. And again, municipalities may use these numbers from DCA as guidance and prepare updated calculations based on more accurate local conditions. Next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, there are three factors that guide this: income capacity, non-residential, and land capacity factor. Next slide. Okay, so I kind of go through and break down each of the component factors. So the income capacity factor is determined, this is very wordy, this is straight from methodology, by averaging the municipal share of the regional sum of differences between median household income and the same calculation, but weighted by the number of households within the municipality. A mouthful. In the shortest terms, it is the discrepancy between TNEX median municipal household income and the lowest median municipal household income in the region, weighted by how large the municipality is. So large municipalities with higher income discrepancies have a higher income capacity factor. Smaller municipalities with yet a high income difference, a little bit lower on that scale. I've provided here, the DCA calculates that TNEX income capacity factor is 2.03. This is the 5th highest among all Region 1 municipalities of the 107 that are participating in the allocation process. Next slide. The non-residential valuation change factor, this is determined by calculating the change in non-residential property valuations in the municipality between 1999 and 2023. So you basically summarize the commercial and industrial, the value of commercial and industrial assessments in 1999, summarize it in 2023, take a look at the change for the municipality, and then also summarize that for the entire region. How much was TNEX share of that regional growth in value? And the DCA has calculated TNEX non-residential valuation factor at 1.51. Again, this is 20th highest in Region 1. Next slide. And finally is the land capacity factor. This is determined by estimating the area of developable land, quote unquote, within the municipality's boundary and regional boundaries, which can accommodate development. It's important to note that this land capacity factor is for any type of development, not housing, can be commercial development, how much land is available within the town to effectuate any kind of development. In their analysis, the DCA did a high-level GIS analysis using the DEP's land use land cover data set from 2020. So it's a little bit dated at this point. And they overlaid that with a number of other factors, screening out areas constrained by development. And through that process and their analysis yield, they found that there were about 22.36 acres of developable land within TNEC. Of the Region 1's 1,900 acres, assigning a land capacity factor of 1.13 to the township. Next slide. Okay, so summarizing the calculations that the DCA has presented. So we have the income capacity factor of 2.03, the non-residential factor of 1.51, the land capacity factor of 1.13. You average those three together, we get 1.55. You multiply 1.55 by 27,743, and you get 431 units. That's how this works. And that is what the DCA is saying that TNEC needs to provide over the next 10-year period is 431 affordable housing units of prospective need. Next slide. So to support the township and kind of, developing our own number as the legislation directs us to do, the municipality adopts their number. We have completed an assessment of all three component factors just to confirm accuracy of the data. We did this by processing a number of updates, leveraging newer data, speaking with your officials here within the township, other professionals, to ascertain, the accuracy of information, particularly on the land capacity piece. The income capacity factor and the non-residential valuation factor, they're based on census data for the income and tax assessment data for the non-residential. It's really not much to change there. So the land capacity factor is where we did focus. Next slide. So the land capacity factor was further assessed following the publication of the DCA's map of indicating what areas they identified as developable. And these areas were reviewed and on a parcel by parcel basis, and we've modified the factor accordingly, which I'll now present in the following slides. Next slide. Okay, I just want to caveat that I'm going to show a couple of maps, just sample maps. They're going to show land that is identified as developable. This is just my disclaimer, the slide that says these are not places that we're looking to build anything. This is just the output of the analysis results. As I mentioned at the top, we will go through a planning exercise with the community to effectuate that planned process. So I don't want anybody to freak out and see properties and say, oh my God, they're going to build 461 units of affordable housing on this piece of property. That's not what this is intended to do. So next slide, and we'll start walking through. So this is an example of a property. That linear kind of dark strip across those two lots is an area that the DCA said, this is developable land within TNEC. You could build some things here. So we overlaid this with other information, flood hazard information in particular in this case, and that light blue area indicates what is in a flood hazard area. So these properties are not in fact developable because it is located within a flood hazard. So these are areas that we've removed from the DCA's analysis. Next slide. Other small areas on existing sites. This we found to be fairly common. This is an existing, obviously developed site, and you see that small red piece of wedge along the one parcel line. That's an area the DCA indicated that could be developed. And in fact, this site is already improved. Nobody can actually build anything on this kind of oddly configured piece. So these are areas that we've further removed from consideration. Next slide. I think I just have one more sample. There's a series of properties along Route 4, and the assessment records are listed as Route 4 buffer, kind of these linear areas, kind of protecting and allowing for any possible expansion or, adjustment to the roadway. These are not, in fact, developable areas. A number of these have been removed in our analysis because those are not, in fact, developable areas. Next slide. Okay, so to kind of summarize, so the land capacity factor, again, is determined by estimating the amount of developable land. Of the 22.36 acres identified as quote unquote developable by the DCA, our analysis found that in fact only 12.14 acres could actually be considered developable. As such, we have eliminated 10.22 acres from this calculation and revised that land capacity factor down to 0.60. Next slide. And I just wanted to note, and this is an important point, that seems like a big adjustment. Wow, we cut off half of the acres. We really pulled down the amount of developable land. This is going to have a big impact on the number. It's really going to drop precipitously. But I just wanted to note, and as I mentioned in the other factor discussions, that the strongest factors really pulling allocation units and driving up your average allocation factor are the non-residential valuation factor and the income capacity factor. If we were to zero out the land and say there is no land, you would still need to provide 327 units. So you're getting 327 units of allocation just on income and non-residential factors alone. The land capacity factor, as I mentioned, is the weakest of the three. And I have this calculation at the end based upon the strong weighting of the non-residential valuation factor. Each acre of developable land accounts for just about 4 units of allocation. So even if you were to go all the way down, you're just, taking an acre at a time, you're just taking 4 units off the number of obligation. Next slide. And I think this is my summary slide. Yes, and this is the last slide. So here, I just wanted to present kind of DCA's calculation values and then the modified values that we present. So as you can see in the modified field, the land capacity factor has been reduced from 1.13 down to 0.6, which drops the average allocation factor from 1.55 to 1.38 and revises or modifies, I should say, the prospective need from 431 down to 384 units, a drop of about 47 units from the DCA's estimate. So this is kind of the presentation version, but there is a full formatted report that we've prepared that will accompany your resolution submission and filing, should you choose to act this evening to adopt the number. Happy to entertain any questions should you all have.
Counselor?
Yeah, what, oh. Who's going? Okay. I have a few questions.
Sure.
So the prospective number was adjusted based on the change to vacant land, and that assumes other municipalities in Region 1 have to change. So are the numbers adjusted across the region for the municipalities in the region?
It's a good question. The methodology that's set forth within the legislation directs municipalities to prepare their number calculations. So in this exercise, we have reduced TNEX, obviously developable acres, but we've also correspondingly reduced Region 1's numbers by that same adjustment. So we've just looked within TNEX value and then reduced. So we took, I believe I said 12 acres off. We've also taken 12 acres off of Region 1's total, just to make sure that the math is consistent.
Okay, so our number won't change if every other municipality in Bergen County or Region 1. Okay.
No, the charge set forth in the legislation is for each municipality to adopt their number, calculate their number.
Can you explain for the public and the council a little bit more about the income capacity factor, what that means and how is it spread across TNEC?
How is it spread across TNEC? So, I mean, in the simplest terms, the income capacity factor leverages 2022 American Community Survey data, looking at the median household income for the Township of Teaneck. So what is the Township of Teaneck's median household income? What is the difference to the lowest median household income in the region? It's technically plus $100. That's kind of the spread. And you look at that summarized value of difference. You compare that to the summarized value of difference across the region and then weight it by the number of households within TNEC. So larger towns that with a higher income disparity get a higher income capacity factor, if that makes sense. It's a little bit of a heady concept. I know it's tough to kind of explain in simple terms, but that's kind of the simplest I can explain, if that helps.
Got it. So you talked about parcels that were deemed undevelopable.
Mm-hmm.
How were they deemed undevelopable as a whole? What was the criteria?
Sure. So I presented a couple of examples where we had pieces of parcels identified. We found that flood zone information was not a screen by the DCA. So flood zone information was used. Other information such as these parcels buffering along Route 4 that do not have road access or do not have access by means of a public street, or they can't drive onto the state highway to get to these sites, for example. Other properties we've identified and through some of the coordination with council, properties that are subject to a deed restriction or part of another arrangement, or there's other restrictions on these sites. Open space, we reviewed the municipality's Rossi listing of registry open space properties to confirm if properties were not in fact available for development, those types of things.
Are we going to have to rezone any areas in TNEC? So is this going to impact zoning? And if so, have you identified areas that we're going to have to rezone?
So I want to just focus. This is kind of a bifurcated process. So right now, as set forth in the timeline that I talked about at the top, our January 31st deadline is just to adopt the number. What is the number? And put that out to the community. Let the state know that we are complying with this process and adopt the number. As we move into the next phase, which is the Housing Element Fair Share Plan, that's going to be the iterative public process where we'll work, in context of the township's forthcoming master plan, to take a look at strategies where those areas are identified for potential growth, and make sure that things are consistent and aligned together. There will likely be some strategies that need to be effectuated, such as perhaps zoning changes or other things. But that work has not been done. That's going to be part of a process that I would like to engage with members of your planning board and other folks within the community stakeholders to make sure that that's an open process where everyone shares that vision.
So you mentioned transparency. So what steps need to be taken for the next step in June for us to take from a transparency perspective with the public?
So I think it's important to finalize the master plan process at the planning board, and then once that process is done, I think we'll be working to kind of set up some documents, do the vacant land inventory adjustment that I talked about, and then meet perhaps with the planning board or another group. That's, I think, our next step is to kind of identify who that stakeholder group will be within the township, to help facilitate that process. We don't want to do this work independently. We want to do this work with a group to.
So I think it's important that there are public forums on this with the whole town. And then just my last real question is 384 units. So is there a plan that we, I guess this goes in June, to equitably distribute those across TNEC?
That's going to be part of the planning process.
I want to make sure that they're not concentrated in one area.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that would be part of the process that we have to get into with the.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. So the 384 units are over the 10-year round for the most part. That would be the basic obligation that the DCA would have for TNEC. Can you explain, for the benefit of all, why a town like Hackensack is exempt from even having any units to really concern themselves with?
Sure, I can explain. So the legislation that was adopted last spring and signed contains an exemption clause for qualified urban aid municipalities. The first step to become a qualified urban aid municipality is to be listed as a designated urban aid municipality, of which Hackensack is a designated urban aid municipality. Then there's a subset of criteria related to population density, or availability of vacant land within those municipalities to make sure that they become a qualified exempt municipality. I'm not exactly sure which parameters Hackensack qualified on. I can't speak to that just off the top of my head, but their listing as an urban aid municipality is the first kind of criteria to get into that pool to then be further assessed for the exemption process.
Okay. And my last question has to do with is the state looking at alternative ways to count credits, or is it going to be a 1-for-1? Like, does other things count for toward those units that we're expected to?
I think importantly, that's a very excellent question. Moving into the fourth round, a couple of things that I want to just touch on. One is the number 384 units that is your global prospective need obligation. As I mentioned at the top, we are going to do a vacant land adjustment, vacant land inventory process, which will identify the realistic number, which will be a very small share of that 384 that the town actually has to facilitate construction of or development of. The rest will remain kind of planned through the planning process. So I think that's important. And to kind of dovetail that onto your second point, the fourth round legislation, this new bill, sets forth a number of additional bonus credit opportunities for the municipality to leverage, such as a municipally sponsored project can count as 2 credits, essentially, for each unit that's created, whereby the municipality donates land or financially sponsors a development project, for example. Projects that are located within a half mile of any transit service get a half credit. So each unit there counts as 1.5 instead of 1. So those crediting opportunities allow for meeting the obligation number of 384, but providing less units by leveraging credits to have those count as more than 1, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So I want to welcome you to TNEC and say, I think we didn't realize how much we needed to have you here until you got here. I think we got very lucky because we didn't know where we were in this process until you were here. So thank you very much for that. Can you just give me the 2-minute version of workforce housing, what that is and what that counts towards? We keep floating the number and projects for that, but what is that and what does it count towards?
So it's important to note, there are income thresholds, and I don't want to, because it's by region, divided by those regions, as I had mentioned. But typically workforce housing is more your moderate income units. I believe it's 80 to 120% of median area household income. So, there's different levels. What I want to focus on, though, is, while that can be a strategy, and I think it should be a strategy as part of our housing element and fair share plan, the requirement for meeting the obligation numbers that are presented here this evening is really for your low income unit. So that is something that I think the township should plan for, creating opportunities for the workforce housing. But really the first step is to address the low income, which is what's set forth here.
It wouldn't help much with this.
No.
Okay, thanks.
It's a good question. So.
Okay, anybody else? Sorry, Zoom. Deputy, sorry. Councilman Katz, Councilman G, any questions? I don't want to miss you.
None on my end.
Not from Ellie White Katz.
Thank you very much. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Intensive report.
Thanks.
Okay. You done, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Graham.
Township Attorney report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't have anything to report tonight, except I do want to, I guess, just say for the record and ask the council to table. There are 3 ordinances that are on the agenda for adoption tonight. The ordinances 3, 2025, 4, 2025, and 6, 2025. Number 3 has to do with has to do with fences, as does the next one. Number 4 and number 6 has to do with accessory dwelling units. Basically, those were introduced by the council at the last meeting. At the time, they were scheduled to be adopted or potentially be adopted at this meeting. All three of those ordinances are involve our development regulations, and so all three need to go to the planning board for a consistency review with a master plan before the council can act on them. That hasn't been able to happen yet. The planning board has been able to meet and review them, and so I would ask that the council adjourn or table all three of those ordinances to give the planning board time to review them at their next meeting on I believe it's the 30th is the next meeting, and then depending on the results of that, the council can consider this at the next meeting.
So I'll make a motion to table 3, 4, and 6 until February 11th.
February 11th. So these will be on second roll call, please, and I'll announce it afterwards.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes, on tabling 3 and 4, no on 6.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
We will see them again February 11th.
Okay, so just to clarify, the reason why these are being pushed off is because they need to be reviewed by the planning board. These were sent to the planning board for their January 16th meeting, which did not happen, which is why it was put on the calendar to come back tonight. As such, it's going to be on the January 30th planning board meeting and will be backlisted, assuming it's approved by the planning board here on February 11th. With that said, we're going to have a public hearing and adoption of ordinances strictly focusing and speaking about and testifying to ordinances number 1, ordinances number 2, and ordinance number 5. With that said, is there anyone in the?
I got to read them.
You got to read it.
first,
Read the magic words.
Sorry about that. Yes, so we are going to see 3, 4, and 6, February 11th. So that leaves us just 3 other ordinances. Council, members of the public, we have ordinance 1-2025, first ordinance of the new year, amending section 36-11.2 of chapter 36 of Township Code for the Township of Teaneck, adding restricted on-street parking spaces for the handicap at Van Cortlandt Terrace. We have ordinance number 2-2025, amending section 36-11.2 of chapter 36 of the Township Code, again, adding restricted on-street parking space for handicap parking at 263 Grayson Place. And we bounce to ordinance 5-2025, amending the Township Code to revise parking laws on Catalpa Avenue and Ivy Court. These are our ordinances that we are second reading this evening. Mayor?
Yes, okay. If there's anyone that wants to testify about the 3 handicap parking ordinances, please raise your hand. Settings. Is there anyone on Zoom, Mr. Clerk? Okay. This hearing's closed. Please call the rolls.
I motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Made a motion?
Yes, motion second.
Thank you, sir.
This is to approve. Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
All adopted.
Okay. Open the meeting to public for good and welfare and public input on any matters.
No, that's, you got it. 3 minutes. And we could go from Zoom or chambers, however you wish.
Well, we'll start with the chambers first. Everyone's been here patiently. Mr. Chair, Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Howard Rose, Teaneck resident, with a long history of volunteerism in Teaneck. Couple of things. First of all, regarding the passing of Mr. Gusson, you caught me off guard with that. My condolences to Sherry, the children, to his 2 brothers. I'm not sure if his mom is still alive or not. Adam was a strong, sometimes volatile person on council. I agreed with him on a number of things. I disagreed with him on some. We had discussions. He's been to my home. I've been to his home. The last time we spoke, he seemed to have a penchant for baking bread. Don't know where that came from, but it was interesting to talk about. What I was surprised about is not seeing him at public situations after he was no longer on council, although I do remember supporting him when his aspirations went beyond Teaneck Council for political position. Regarding snowfall, parking, shoveling, it's an ordinance. Why do we not want to enforce it? You know, I heard similar comments when it came to houses in disrepair, gardens not being done maintained. And this terminology that I guess I'm not supposed to mention a councilman's name, that one of our councilmen said is it was considered harassing residents to enforce ordinances. Why would enforcing an ordinance be a harassment? It's a law. If you consider it harassment to enforce them, then maybe you have to think about changing the ordinance. But while it's an ordinance, enforce it. I've seen the snowfall, and I've seen people slipping, and I've seen cars parked, and I've seen mounds of snow in the street afterward because cars were parked. Glad you're doing your job, Ms. Hazmat, and I'm glad our DPW does its job. They have enough burdens and encumbrances without additional people who don't adhere to what should be done. If it's an ordinance, enforce it. Thank you.
Anybody else in chambers? Someone's got to raise their hand. Here.
All right. Hey guys, Mohammed Akhtar here. Some of you may know me, some of you don't. I've been sending you emails all month and no one's been responding to me. So I've sent you a couple. I've sent them to your fancy new, chambers_council email. And I actually sent one today. And I've also sent one to Jackie about, parking signs, speed limit signs on Cedar Lane, because I was trying to pick up that thread from like 2 years ago where we were supposed to put the statutory speed limit signs on Cedar Lane to kind of influence people to slow down, and never got picked up, and nobody's picking it up back up now. So I kind of want to know what's going on with that. But the bigger thing I want to talk about today is I sent an email to council this morning asking about potentially not considering the reappointment of Victoria Wilkerson to the Board of Adjustment. And primarily my concern about that is that I believe she has not provided her financial statements. And my understanding is that's potentially a violation of New Jersey ethics law. She's also already served 2 years, and I understand that there's no term limits, but you guys have to reappoint every 2 years. But she's actually served for 30 months because she served for 2 years up until June, and then they extended it another 6 months. So is her reappointment going to be from January through to December of 2020? What would that be? 2026, another 2 years. So would she actually serve another extended term? Because I understand that there are no term limits, but the 2-year rule or the 2-year expectation of reappointment is kind of to get this turnover potentially, or to change the bodies of people that are in these boards. And there's been a lot of concern in the community, particularly with like a lot of these board adjustment decisions, about ethics and influence. So it's really important that we do these financial disclosures on the people on these boards. And I do think that these boards should have turnover. There's been some representatives on that adjustment board that have been on that board for over 12 years, just keep getting reappointed every 4 years. And you got to change the blood. They got to represent the community, the people that are in those boards now versus who was there, because the community is changing, and what people want to see, what kind of variance and exceptions that they want in these town has changed. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I guess it's already on like that big, your voting agenda for tonight. Like, it's all kind of lumped together, but if you guys could potentially reconsider that appointment, considering, that these, as I said, the financial disclosures, and I think there was some talk about this in an earlier meeting, but again, I do think that's important. And again, I also sent you guys an email about the 544 Queen Anne Road decision, and that was made, nobody responded. Nobody had anything to say about that. So I feel like the only way we really get heard is if we make like a legal statement or file an appeal. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Green, yeah.
Hi, Darrell Green, Teaneck resident, and thank you, council members, for your hard work. I just wanted to make a suggestion. The street marker committee, we haven't heard about this in a while, and I actually made a suggestion maybe a year and a half ago for Robert Elmo Wright to be honored. He was a vice principal for Teaneck High School, very well-loved, well-liked man. I believe I sent his bio in for review, but I haven't heard anything about that. So I'd love to see if we can revisit that. And also, there's been some concern in the Northeast on food vendor trucks. Now, I'm wondering if the council, if you could allot an area, don't know if this might make sense, but State Street after 10 p.m. In the Walmart area, that parking lot is unused. Maybe during non-snow emergency days, we might be able to use that, and also possibly have a way where the town can generate some revenue by having maybe a parking badge or something of that nature, because there is concern from the residents on food vendor trucks and some of the larger trucks, tractor trailers, the front end being parked in residents, residents' property. So if we could revisit that and, possibly look at those things, that'd be nice. Thank you.
Ms. Berman?
Thank you. Susan Berman, Teaneck resident and professional architect working in the area. I just wanted to make a comment about the ADU ordinance that just about every time I come to a meeting gets moved to another meeting to discuss and then back and forth. I just want to reiterate that I think that the language of the ordinance has some missing pieces to it. It's not clear on what it's saying, what it's permitting, what it's not permitting. Most importantly, it's not clear on if this ordinance will allow a resident to exceed the zoning ordinance of 25% building coverage and lot coverage requirements. Does it give you permission to exceed that, or must you comply with that and keep the size as mandated in the ordinance? It creates problems. It will create problems in the community. Many of my customers might look for a Passover kitchen. If you had no interest in an ADU, but you had a walkout basement and you put a guest room and a Passover kitchen, all of a sudden, the zoning officer will declare you two-family and ADU, and you'll have to go through all those rigmaroles when that was not your intention. I think the ordinance needs to be looked at carefully. The wording needs to be reviewed. And it also calls for residents to be, for the ADU to be for single families only. People may want to put one near Fairleigh Dickinson and have students in them. Is that permitted? Is that not permitted? There's all these terms that are undefined. And I think it deserves, if you want it to succeed, it should be clarified and improved, the wording. And I think it will be a great success. Thank you.
Paul?
Good evening, Paula Rogovan. I'm very excited that the council will be voting tonight on the Climate Superfund Act. It was passed very recently by Hoboken Council and Parsippany. And it was stated before, it's not only supported by the by the Teaneck League of Women Voters, but the New Jersey State League of Women Voters, and also by Assemblyman Clinton Calabrese, Assemblywoman Park, and Hyder in this area. There's a meeting with Senator Gordon Johnson tomorrow to discuss their support of it. I mean, New Jersey has experienced deaths and billions of dollars in losses from the storms created by climate change. And I don't want to go into all the data and all that, because I think a lot of you are quite well aware of the extent of the damages from the storms. I mean, and some of these storms are really, as you know, affecting the flooding situation here in Teaneck. And so I'm going to skip a lot of what I was going to say, because I think you are aware of it. But the point of this legislation is to get the polluters to pay, and not to make, and to make life in New Jersey more affordable by not saddling us with the taxpayers with the large costs increasing costs from paying for climate damages. So I'm very excited that you'll be voting on that as part of the consent agenda. I was at a demonstration today in Bernardsville, calling on Congressman Kane to oppose legislation. I'm not sure if you're aware, there's been so much legislation in the last 1 week in Washington. It's rather terrifying, some of it. But the legislation we were talking about was an attempt to lower the federal standard for lead and copper safety for our drinking water. So to reduce the amount of money being put into replacing lead pipes. And we all know the impact on children in particular, brain damage and learning disabilities and so on. It's such a terrifying thing to think that standards that were fought for so hard are now being trashed. And so I'm hoping that our council, where these things impact our residents in Teaneck, for example, the replacement of the pipes, that the council look to, and the Environmental Commission or whatever, all the other committees of the council look at some of these things and perhaps raise them as issues that can be brought before the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Anybody else in the council chambers before we go to Zoom? Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you can run Zoom with Deputy Mayor Organ, I'm stepping out for a second.
We have EJ Vizzi. Hello, EJ. You are free to unmute whenever you're ready. Hello, EJ.
Hey everyone, good evening. Hi everyone. So my name is EJ Vizzi and I'm with Age Friendly Teaneck and the Brightside Family, a nonprofit organization here in town that's celebrating 35 years of service to older adults in Teaneck. So I cannot overstate how much Age Friendly Teaneck supports the passage of Ordinance 6-2025 regarding the regulation of accessory dwelling units. As housing prices have skyrocketed and space to build decreases, and some stats presented during the Township Manager's report, we really need to consider more innovative, affordable, and diverse housing solutions. And we really, truly believe that ADUs can help fill that role. So we'll see you again on February 11th after Thursday's planning board meeting. And also we applaud the nomination and appointment of Janice Dorman, project coordinator of Age Friendly Teaneck, to fill the open seat on the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. And I wanted to reiterate reaching out to Nick and Miguel at the Teaneck High School Forum for helping to connect seniors and those who are unable to shovel in the snow with students who are willing to do that work in town. So thank you again for your time, and I'll see you guys again soon.
Thank you, EJ. We have Joan Davis. Give us a minute, Joan Davis. Joan Davis, you're free to unmute.
Give it 4 more seconds to skip it.
Yep.
All right, next.
All right, we have Chuck Powers. Hey, 3 minutes.
You hear me?
Loud and clear.
I'm very interested in knowing what it is that you folks are doing in introducing ordinances 10, 11, and 12. We've been trying to figure out how to get hold of 1084 Queen Anne for a decade. I'm unclear what it is that that situation has changed about. I've known it's been very difficult for the town to figure out how to get that property as open space property, which is what it now plans to do. But what has happened that allows that to happen? And also, we don't have the redlining on the 140 and 100 State Street revisions from what it was that we passed before. We do need to have our attorneys clarify what is different than what it was that the town had agreed to with those two redevelopment plans. One other comment, I have no idea how the planning board on Thursday night is going to do all the things that are lined up for it. There are actually some important memorializations of resolutions from the past to figure out. Then we're going to try to, I guess, I have no idea whether or not the people think that we can get to a completion on the master plan. And certainly in light of what we heard tonight, I think that the town needs to really think about what its obligations are going to be, given what it is that the state has created in terms of what our responsibilities will be for affordable housing before it moves forward with certainly its land use element and other matters in the master plan, including issues associated with stormwater management, which are going to be very much more complex given what we're being asked to do. And then finally, what is it that is actually going to be looked at in terms of what it is that we'll be doing with the three ordinances we're not passing tonight: fences, retaining walls, and the question of ADUs. And what master plan is it that the planning board has to find be consistent with those ordinances, which is what they need to do before they come back to you on the 11th. Thank you very much.
Next. Anyone else?
We have Deborah Blayberg.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. First of all, I just want to take a moment to remember Adam. I met Adam the first time I ever saw him. He was actually doing a discovery learning day at Ben Porat Yosef, where he was talking about the pumpkin chunking, which was the most fascinating thing with the pulleys and everything like that. And then I actually got to know him sitting next to him at the T-Next Swim Club. So just another plug for the T-Next Swim Club there. You meet the most interesting people. And yes, he did the pizza, the cooking, and he brings people together. And it's, he's going to be missed. His energy is going to be missed. And I think it's a very sad thing. And it's nice to hear everybody saying and see online such wonderful things about him, and to his family, just, much love and condolences. Now we get to the not so fun part. Let's discuss bullying. What I've seen the last two meetings coming from the dais is absolutely despicable, but it's not just coming from the dais, it's coming on the day-to-day. It is enough. Stop the bullying. When someone stands there and is trying to explain to you that the voters want transparency and accountability, and yet when people are standing up and saying someone hasn't handed their financials in, not once, not however many times, if they're ineligible with the financials, if they've not handed them in, how can they be responsible on a committee? And then you say, well, the one person, it's about accountability and transparency. And you're just sweeping it under the carpet. And the way you spoke to her was absolutely, I don't even know if he's in the room, it was despicable. But also the other week when we were discussing the sewers, when it turns out 2 of those sewers were paid up, only one of them wasn't emeritus. So we were just passing that nice and quickly when it was trying to be brought up. And it makes people start to wonder what else is going on. What are you also not being transparent about? What else is going on in the back rooms that we don't know about with all the king makers and everything? And it's concerning. And it doesn't make anybody feel any better about it. And so, Paula, with your concern about the environment and what's going on and whatever, I suggest you should call Cory Booker, your senator, and ask him to confirm RFK, because then he will definitely be looking at all of that stuff, especially the fluorides and all the other stuff in the air, the environment, which will actually help with the all the health and everything like that. Let's make America healthy again. Best way to do it. Anyway, so I just wanted to finish with where was I? Listen, the truth hurts. Anyway, regardless, it is. Oh, and then there's one other thing. There was an article in the Link last week which was almost vomit-inducing. The community did not vote for any deputy mayor. Let's make that straight. The way they voted was a very clear mandate of what they didn't want. And yet, it was railroaded. And then we get this piece in the Link with absolutely no accountability for bringing a mobs to this town whilst in cahoots with that man. 2 weeks? She knew in advance? 2 weeks. And she brought it up at the meeting and not a single apology.
Sorry, Deborah, your 3 minutes were up. We have Abner Strauss. The clerk can only do so much. Abner Strauss. You are free to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Abner. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Last week or last last meeting, I commented that I was concerned that the council and the Next Swim Club seemed to have a shared vision. But there was a question as to whether they would be able to find a way to form a partnership. And from what I've heard, and I'm very pleased about this, several members of the council have met with representatives of the Teaneck Swim Club. And the good news is they seem to have made some very good progress and seem to be on a path to bring that vision to reality, which is a genuine, real, authentic, townwide, beautiful pool facility for all to enjoy. So I want to express my appreciation to those members of the council who participated and showing good faith that they really do want to achieve that goal. I believe on Thursday, we are having our annual Teaneck Swim Club membership meeting, and I'm sure everybody is going to be very thrilled and pleased to hear of the progress that has been made. And the hope would be that the Teaneck Swim Club, in a partnership with the town, will enjoy many more years of fun in the sun. So I thank you again for that work. That's it.
Thank you, Abner. We have Phil Yuck. You are free to unmute whenever you are ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You have.
You got it. You must be wondering why I'm on Zoom. I just don't want to make everybody in the chamber sick. So I'm a guy who suggested that we end the Zoom. I'm taking advantage of it while it exists. So I have a couple questions and issues here. I want to comment on Ordinance 7/2025. I would like to know why the council would approve a redevelopment plan for a storage facility when we need either 431 or 384 affordable units. I know when it was first introduced, when we quite a few meetings back, everybody thought it was a great idea. I don't think it's a great idea under the current circumstances. I think you ought to rethink that. I have a question. When exactly does one have to move a car off the street when a snow emergency is going to be declared? My neighbor got a ticket before the first snowflake fell. And I got a ticket once at 3 o'clock in the morning when the storm started at 3 in the morning when I was sleeping. So I think that the residents need some clarity about that. In terms of shoveling snow, I think every home, if you own a home, that's your responsibility. And if you can't do it, it's your responsibility to have somebody else do it. I'm going to be traveling in the winter. I have neighbors. I ask my neighbors to shovel my snow. And I have another question. Where will people park during a snowstorm or an anticipated snowstorm when the municipal lots are no longer exist because they're replaced by buildings? One other thing, I don't quite understand. I know I followed the math on the presentation about the affordable housing need. What I don't understand is the new planner removed more than half of the land that DCA determined was developable, but only reduced a bit more than 10% of the units required. There must be a way for us to be able to reduce even more, because unless we build some more affordable housing buildings that will house several hundred units, we're going to have to build over 2,000 units on a small amount of land. And I think that's going to choke our town. So that's what I wanted to say tonight. And thank you very much. I will miss the next meeting because, oh no, I'll make the next meeting. I'll miss the one after that because I'm going to be in South America. Everybody have a good night.
Our hands and no other Zooms. Student welfare is closed. Councilman McGover.
So first, I just want to take a moment to say something about Sarah Duker. I knew her. She was brilliant, kind, and full of life, and she was stolen from this world in a brutal terrorist attack in 1996. Right outside this door is a monument that stands in her memory, and a memory that should be honored and not betrayed. And now the man who murdered her is going to be walking free. It's unjust and it's devastating. And before anyone says this isn't a Teaneck issue, let me be clear. Sarah was a Teaneck resident. Her family is still a part of this community, and her memory is part of this community. So this is directly related to Teaneck. When justice is denied for one of our own, it affects all of us. Arlene and the girls, I want them to know that they are not alone, and we as a community stand with them, we support them, and we demand justice. Daryl, I fully support the street renaming. I also hope that we can honor Deputy Mayor Gusson with a street renaming. And I would also like to request a street renaming of Alpine Drive for Joan Davis, who was murdered in her home, and the matter is still a cold case. She was a tireless advocate for openness and transparency, and hopefully this summer we can honor her with that. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. Louis Brandeis said those words over a century ago, and they remain true today as they were then. Sunshine transparency has the power to illuminate what's hidden, expose what's wrong, and remind us all that leadership isn't about power, but service. In local government, transparency is not a luxury, it's a necessity, and it's the foundation of trust, the enabler of accountability, and the truest reflection of respect for the people we are here to serve. Here in Teaneck, we have felt what happens when sunlight fades, when advisory boards are shuttered, when decisions about appointments are made without giving everyone an opportunity for an interview, and without financial disclosure statements. When Teaneck thinks this council has lost its sunlight, Teaneck rises up and demands that transparency. Residents demand respect, they demand their input, their voice, and their right to know, and that isn't treated as an afterthought, but rather a cornerstone of governments. It casts a shadow over our community and erodes something precious, trust. And trust once broken is not repaired. When Chandra Young and I ran under Rise for Teaneck, we made a promise of transparency, accountability, and that we would lead with ethics and respect for people who put their trust in us. When we ran for office, we told this community that we would do better, that we would rise above the old ways of doing things and hold ourselves to a higher standard. That standard does not include shutting out the public of how decisions are made. It does not include hiding financial interests, and it does not include breaking the trust of the very people who elected us. Transparency matters every day, not just starting next year on January 1st, and not when it's politically convenient, and certainly not when it's easy. Financial disclosure statements are not a box to check. They are a fundamental commitment to ethical leadership, and they prove to the public that their leaders are acting in the best interest, free from conflicts of interest. Yet the council majority seems to have voted against requiring financial disclosure statements immediately. That decision sends the opposite message, and it tells the people of Teaneck that secrecy is acceptable, transparency is negotiable, and that they don't have a right to know if their leaders have financial conflicts of interest. Let me be clear, that is wrong, unacceptable, and I will not stand for it. Transparency is not a burden, it's a responsibility, and the people of Teaneck deserve better every day, not just when the calendar changes. Rise for Teaneck was not a campaign name, it was a commitment to this town, and I intend to keep that commitment. The people of Teaneck deserve better, and I will keep fighting for them, even when others won't.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, I want to thank all the residents for coming out tonight and participating. And I just want to say one thing about tonight. and it's about the 57 names we just voted on. That should not have been sprung upon us tonight at 7:30 p.m. That should have been on the agenda. It should have been put on paper for us to think over for a day or two. The first agenda came out this past Thursday, and it should have been added to the agenda then or at some point over the weekend. I sit on the personnel subcommittee, and I was not told this was happening tonight. So going forward, I hope that this will be handled in a much better way and that council members will be given enough notice to look at what they will be voting on. And I know that the new majority on council has the votes to appoint whoever they want, but I still have some procedural questions on how we will be doing this tonight. But I will stop there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor G, Councilman G.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just want to send my condolences to former Deputy Mayor Adam Gusson's family. So sad to lose someone at such a young age who obviously made such a huge impact on the community. So I wanted to first start with sending my condolences to his family. Second, on the personnel committee issue, I wanted to just clarify that the list of nominees was made available to the entire council weeks ago. And in that spreadsheet, there was a draft that listed, based on all of the feedback from all of the council members, what the process would be. I believe at the last council meeting, I was also very clear about when people were interviewed and when they would be nominated and then when they would be potentially able to be appointed. And we discussed this various times in public. We discussed it during personnel and, we during the interviews and closed. So if there was confusion, I'm not sure why that was the case, especially when feedback was received from every single person on the dais. I went above and beyond to be as transparent as possible. I moved through a process that, if you all recall, I told you months ago that this was going to be cumbersome. It was not going to be efficient. It was going to be a waste of many of our time. And I think we saw that play out this time around. So I hope, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for suggesting that personnel go back and rethink this process. We need to make it more efficient and not waste so much time. I do not do any of this for grandstanding. I do this because I want to make sure we get the best volunteers to sit in these volunteer seats. It's not about coming up here and making up stories about, what the process was or wasn't. It really is about the volunteers and making sure that we allow them to serve in the ways that they have signed up to serve. In terms of the financial disclosures, I hope that anyone who has not submitted a financial disclosure will do so. I believe it was an oversight, and I agree that we need to ensure that is made right. But by no means do I support lack of transparency on this council, and never have. So I will stop there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Katz.
Nope, I'm good.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
All right, thank you for the residents that have come out and spoken up. So I send my condolences to the family of Deputy Mayor Adam Gusson. I just want to speak for a moment about the snow violations. I mean, 241 snow violations is a lot. I just will emphasize again that I think we should try our best to find ways to take advantage of collaborating with Nick at the forum at the high school regarding that, and absolutely finding ways to communicate with our residents. I don't think penalizing them is the best approach unless we've exhausted all other. I think also there is maybe a collaboration in here because perhaps we could look at enterprising student project of building an app that could help our residents assess, the students who might be willing to shovel and so forth. So that might be a collaborative project between the town council and the Board of Ed. I just want to mention that eminent domain is definitely not something that I support, but I do know that with eminent domain, private property for public good is underlying emphasis with just compensation, and we must understand that oftentimes that there are reasons behind that involves making sure that we're speaking to the right people and that those right people are responding. I just want to mention that regarding the financial obligations, everyone that sits in any leadership position, volunteer position, has to realize that they must answer to financial compliance. It's a requirement. It's a mandate. Okay. The thing that we have to understand though is that we do not want to weaponize financial compliance when it comes to people not submitting their documentation. If they have not, they just simply need to be told. I believe we need to approach our volunteers here again with the best intentions. I would suggest, therefore, that our attorney, as you are making your rounds in terms of advisory board training, we make sure that all of our volunteers know they have an obligation to financial compliance, but that we don't browbeat them. We just educate them. I want to just also mention that thank you for Paula Raghavan for regarding the environmental concerns related to our community. I think we certainly absolutely need to keep an eye on that. I think the age-friendly EJ who was called in terms of support of the ADUs, I think that's important. And lastly, I just want to remind people that our residents, we have Black History Month coming up with the Martin Luther King Birthday Committee that is having a Thursday lecture series. And this year it will be at the Rada Center as opposed to the library until the library reopens. It will be there, and that's every Thursday night in February. And lastly, there's the Dream Big Vision Board event on February 1st at the Rhoda Center at 3 p.m. Opportunity to come out and cast your vision for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Oregon?
To Mr. Akhtar, who didn't stick around, I never received an email. I think they're being sent to the wrong email address. There are no underscores in the council email address, so please resend or send to the correct address. To Ms. Berman, the attorney will answer your concerns at the end of our comments. To EJ Vizzi, it's great that age-friendly TNEC is at 35 years. I'm a huge fan of Janice Dorman also, and I agree with everybody that we should be using the forum, Nick at the Forum, as a resource, and we'll make their information available to everybody. To Mr. Strauss and to everyone at the swim club, we know you have an important meeting on the 30th, and information has been or will be sent momentarily to your board, but we have been in communication, and I think everybody will be happy. To Mr. Yacht, the snow emergency is announced, and once it's announced, you have to have your car off the street, but the tickets are not left on your car. They're sent to you. The police don't need to leave them in the snow. So anybody who has a ticket left on their car, it was not because of the snow emergency. It was probably because of something else. I love the Clean River Crew idea. I love the people who planted tulips one year in Pershing Circle. I love anybody in town that takes on their own initiative, sees something that needs to be done and does it. And my favorite days are the environmental cleanup days, but I love that a mother and son did this on their own without the pizza at the end and without the vests and the cool buckets and grabbers. Adam Gussin, when he ran for council, he did it because he wanted a dog park, and we had no dog parks in Teaneck. And that was actually what got him to run originally. And I know that when we brought in the turfing companies to look at the fields for the field advisory board, they had offered Dean at one point to turf the dog parks for free. And while I think street names are wonderful, I don't know, maybe if we are able to fix up the dog parks, maybe they could be the Adam Gussin honorary dog parks. Thank you to the Rothenberg Law Firm. I know the manager mentioned it, but there is a box of the illuminators sitting there. Please take them. The police department, together with the law firm, will be distributing them at many places, including the schools. I hope that everybody wears them. I hope that everybody stays safe and is careful and doesn't walk and text at the same time. We have lost so many young leaders in our town and people who try so hard to do good, people who get involved in politics and fighting over things that really are not so important to fight about at the end of the day. Really, we all want what everybody wants. We want our families to be safe and we want them to be healthy. And we deep down want the things that are really important in life. And I think sometimes we lose focus on that when we fight about things. And I think it takes the loss of a very larger than life character to remind us of that. And we should not forget it. This council is, it tries very hard to be transparent. I think it depends on how you put out information, but it is also not a punitive council. It's not a vengeful council, and it's not a retaliatory council. And somebody's failure to file a disclosure form should not be brought up the night of an appointment. It's something that can be brought up after the appointment, and then it's something that we can work on with the person. But the way that it was brought up is not okay. Tonight, we got information from the attorney that it's okay to appoint and vote on members of advisory boards in the same night, and that's why it's being done. It was not done for anything other than to get people appointed finally. It's already the end of January, so no underlying drama. The personnel subcommittee worked very, very hard on this, and I look forward to getting people on their board so they can start working. Thank you.
Thank you. Two things. First, I should have started with the attorneys, so I apologize. You had some clarification for some residents that had some questions, so I'll turn over the mic to you in just 2 seconds. Just a few quick comments. Mr. Green, thank you very much for the renaming suggestions and for Councilman Gober's renaming suggestions. We'll start discussing on the next few weeks. It's been a while since we've done them, so we'll definitely take a look at that. Sorry, food trucks. We've got a lot of restaurants that want the business. I cannot promote bringing food trucks into town to take away the business from these restaurants that are paying taxes and paying money. As much as I love food trucks, I'm going to side with my current in tax paying merchants. As it relates to Mr. Akhtar, a lot of his questions were answered beforehand, and then the Councilwoman, Deputy Mayor Organ answered a lot of his questions after he left. I don't know if he didn't want to wait for the answers, but no, we did not get any emails. But I am proud of this council and the diversity on the Board of Adjustment. I know he wanted the Board of Adjustment to look like the community with turnover, and this council and the Personnel Committee have done a great job with that. As it relates to 100 and 140 State Street, these are buildings that we've been discussing forever. And as it relates to, I look forward to pushing that to the completion. And as it relates to Mr. Yuck's comments on the self-storage, regrettably, the community spoke out for quite some time about apartment buildings at 100 State Street. At one point, there was even a protest at the southwest corner of Teaneck Road and State Street to protest an apartment building there. So I'm excited. We've got 2 plans on some long abandoned plots, and I look forward to the planning board's input over the next few weeks. With that said, Mr. Attorneys, please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there were a couple of questions about the ADU ordinance that I want to address, or at least I want to start there. So first of all, the ordinance does not allow property owners to exceed lot coverages just by adding an ADU. If your ADU will bring you over whatever the bulk standard is for your zone, you're still going to need a variance, as with any addition that increases the size of a maximum lot or building coverage or anything like that. We do want to encourage ADUs. At the same time, we don't want lots to become overbuilt. And so it's a balancing act, and really the best place for determining whether on a case-by-case basis that sort of thing is appropriate is with our land use boards. There's also a question about Passover kitchens, and I think an assertion that it would require property owners to essentially, I guess, declare them as ADUs or alternatively be cited for violations, something along those lines. That's incorrect. Simply having a Passover kitchen would not trigger the ADU ordinance, nor would it necessarily be triggered even if you have a bedroom and bathroom nearby in your home. If someone is living in a nearby bedroom and bathroom, it's being treated as its own apartment in conjunction with the kitchen, and it has its own housekeeping facilities. Then yes, in that situation, it would need to be declared an ADU. That's a very specific sort of thing that I don't think would encompass most Passover kitchens. Third, there was a point about the reference to single families in the ordinance. I just want to be clear that this does not mean that you're prohibited from living in an ADU if you're a student or an unmarried couple. The reference to single families in the ordinance it's a legal term. It's not about the married or relationship status of the residents. It's really a defined zoning term for the type of housing that you're in. For example, you have a single family housing as opposed to multifamily housing, which would be something like a duplex or an apartment building. If you're a single man, you live in a standalone house, it's still considered to be a single family house. If you're in a duplex and a single man, that would be a multifamily, even though there's not multiple families there. So those are terms that are defined by local ordinance and state law. And the purpose of that in the ordinance is really just to ensure that people are not creating ADUs. That's all called a backdoor way to essentially creating an apartment building on their property. That's not the purpose of it. It's also not the purpose to create these ADUs on apartment building lots as well. The last thing I'll say about the ADUs is that it's based on the ordinances of a number of other municipalities. We looked at a lot of different places all across New Jersey when we were drafting this. I think it was over a year ago now. We looked at Maplewood, Montclair, Princeton, East Orange, Bradley Beach, just to name a few of the ones that we looked at. We looked at model ordinance that was provided to us by the AARP. We consulted with our zoning officer, with our planner. We received comments on the ordinance from the New Jersey Regional Plan Association, so on. I don't say this to try and imply that the ordinance is perfect. I'm sure it could be improved, as with any ordinance. I just want residents to be comfortable that this is something that we have really spent a lot of time thinking through. It's not something that we're just trying to do, by the seat of our pants. Separately, there was another question, I think, from Mr. Yuck about affordable housing and how the 50% or so reduction in land capacity only result in a 12% reduction in the number of units that the township is obligated to build. Without getting too far into the math, the land capacity aspect is just one element in the calculation that gets weighed against the equalized non-residential value as well as the income capacity factor. So reducing that one number doesn't reduce the number of units like on a one-to-one scale. It's all part of the formula and all gets weighted together. There were additional questions about the eminent domain ordinance and the State Street ordinance. I'm going to defer those to Mr. Ash, our resident expert on those subjects.
Thank you. With regard to the ordinance authorizing the acquisition of 1084 Queen Anne Road, the ordinance authorizes the acquisition through voluntary negotiations, purchase, and or eminent domain. Eminent domain and the exercise, excuse me, of that authority would really be a last resort. By introducing this ordinance tonight, you're starting a due diligence process that will include title search, survey, and importantly, an appraisal to understand the fair market value of that property. The legal process would then require the township to engage in good faith negotiations on the basis of that appraisal. So there will be a lot of points along that process where this governing body will have to make decisions about how it proceeds, and the introduction of this ordinance is just the first step towards getting the required documents in place so that you can make informed decisions. With regard to the two State Street redevelopment plans, the original redevelopment plan was based on a study area of about 20 properties, non-contiguous, all in sort of that State Street neighborhood. The original plan it was a little more broad and general in scope. At a certain point in time recently, property owners approached the zoning subcommittee with specific concepts of a project for each respective site, 100 State Street and 140 State Street. And so the two redevelopment plans, which are they're amended redevelopment plans, they add more detail and specificity to the contemplated projects for each respective site. So that's the purpose of the amendments.
Thank you very much. And we also had some community meetings on those as well, so I appreciate that. And Mr. Clerk, I think it's time to go to the consent agenda. Can I ask you to run lead on this and the rest?
Mr. Can you
Mayor?
explain the resolutions that were added, like list them out for us because it's confusing.
Yes, absolutely. We have I'm going to talk about the board appointment resolution since there's such a slew of them. Outside of those, we have two sets of minutes, resolutions 42 to 61-2025. We added 62, honoring Holocaust Remembrance Day, 63, supporting the NJ Climate Superfund Act. All of the other board appointment resolutions are going to come, except for the ones that were already listed on the consent agenda from the beginning of the week, are going to come after number 63. And we'll go over those in just a moment.
And what was 61, Mr. Clerk?
61.
Shared service agreement with the Board of Ed.
Yes, a shared service agreement with the Board of Education for a fuel agreement. It's extending the current agreement that we already have with them to
Mr. Mayor?
March. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know we're all excited for those other resolutions, but we have the bill list in the amount of $4,670,000, $221.27. Now for the board resolutions, what I was going to recommend is that we handle, since there's so many, that we handle those maybe not pulled from the consent agenda, but separately in their own block, because there's just so many. So what my suggestion is that we handle the consent agenda as it is now, and then we could go through those appointment resolutions together a little more slower.
Agreed.
Pending that there's no issues with the consent agenda as it stands now. I was aware though, Mayor, I'm sorry, I remember Councilman Pagan did mention he wanted to pull the appointment resolutions for the planning board and board of adjustment.
Yeah, I'll give you the numbers, and I'm sorry, it's just because I'm a little bit confused because
It's
of
all
everything that
good.
went down tonight, so I apologize for that, Mr. Mayor. But I did want to pull resolution 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and the resolution appointing Ms. Brower to the planning board that was walked on.
So with that, I might make a suggestion to the body that we pull the appointment resolutions just mentioned by Councilman Pagan, and we'll add it to the slew of appointment resolutions that is forthcoming from this evening. The other
Okay, and again, I
57
apologize because I just want to make sure I do it right and I vote right.
I think
Is there
that
a
this is-
motion?
Wait, I'd also like to pull 42, 49, 51, and 52, please.
Do these have anything to do with appointments or no?
No.
42 says the 42, 49.
42, 49, 51, and 52.
So hold those numbers, Councilwoman Goldberg. What I'm going to suggest further is that, again, because we have such a block of appointment resolutions, we'll handle those separately. If we have other things that we want to pull, which it sounds like from Councilwoman Goldberg, we'll handle those since they're separate.
I'm going to make a motion on those same lines to approve the following resolutions. These are non-appointment related and they were not pulled, which includes 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. Holocaust was 62. Was there a 63? None.
That was the environment.
And then do 63 and the bill list in the amount of approximately 4,700,000.
Something like that. Yes.
Wait, Mr.
As listed.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think 50 was pulled, and you didn't mention 50.
Okay, and 50. I've circled it. And 50.
Thank
Is there
you.
a second on my motion?
Second.
I just want to clarify, Councilwoman Goldberg, it was 42, 49, 51, 52. You were pulled.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Roll call.
Love it. Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes on 50, 53, 54, 55, 53, 54, 55, no on 56, yes on 57, 58, 60, 61, 62, 63, and an abstention on the bills list.
Did you bounce over 59? Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
I did, sorry.
All
Yes,
good.
yes on 59.
So you said no on 56, just 56?
Yeah, and an abstention on the bills list.
Sorry, thank you. No, 56. Councilman Pagan.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will be abstaining on the bill list, voting no on 56, and yes on everything else.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman G.
Yes to all.
Councilman Katz.
Yes to all resolutions and abstention on the bill list.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes, Joel.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes to all.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes, and I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes.
Second.
I totally forgot that we do that.
Roll
It's
call.
been a long time.
Sorry,
don't need a
Mr.
roll call to
Manager.
extend
No
it.
problem. Okay.
We have to extend it.
So let's now start with the polled on the non.
Good catch.
The non.
Yeah.
Non.
And,
So
and,
this
and
is-
Mr. I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Pagano, you
I
wanted
was,
to pull
yeah,
first.
if it's okay, I wanted to start with 46. And I know that there was,
I'm sorry.
We're going to do the non-personnel ones first.
Non-appointment from Councilwoman Goldberg. She had a couple.
okay. All right. My bad.
It's
Okay,
all
Ms.
good. There's a lot going
Ms.
on.
Goldberg, 42.
Oh, sorry. My question on 42 relating to the affordable housing. I just want to understand from the subcommittee why the public just had this presentation today and why the forum that I requested in May, seconded by Mayor Schwartz, was not held, and what consistent communication from the subcommittee to the full council, if there has been, because I haven't seen any, has been made, because there's some really critical decisions and I want to make sure that the public has a clue what's going on, and the council and the planning board.
Okay, so the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, as you well know, has not met. We have a township manager who has been handling affordable housing due to the fact that we have had some specific deadlines that were required of us as a township. It certainly was not something that a subcommittee could handle by itself, so therefore we have not had a subcommittee meeting. We have had township meetings, and you have been privy to every report that our township manager has provided. Thank you.
So will there be public forums on this?
Not at this time. Over the last few months, we've addressed the affordable housing in public meetings. We reported on it in a closed session as well. Going forward, the deadline was detailed. We have several months now, and I'm sure going forward, when it does come time to build additional affordable housing, there'll be plenty more community meetings. At this morning's sub-zoning committee, which has not yet been reported on, we are working on a public meeting for the Regina Steakhouse area of Country Club, and we'll have many more public meetings as we go forth and build. So with that said, is there any questions, or can we make, is there a motion to approve 42?
I'm gonna make the motion to move this.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, please roll.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
No.
Councilman Pagan.
no.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher. Yes. Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Up.
That takes us to 40.
Yeah, I wanted to start with 46 if that was okay,
No,
Mr. Mayor.
not a 46 is
sorry.
appointment
Yeah.
related. We're
Yeah,
not doing
sorry, Councilman Pagan. All those will come after we go through Councilwoman Goldberg's pulled resolutions that do not have to do
Oh,
with
my bad.
appointments.
49.
So 49, I have a question. So maybe the people that have served longer than me can kind of chime in here. So in 2021, we went to SDL and the contract has increased. So from 2021 to now, we're up 20.9%. So this is a one-year contract. So my question, I guess, for the manager is, can we go back and ask for a multi-year contract to try to stabilize the costs? Like is that an option for us? 20% is a lot over since 2021.
I did check with Isa, our CFO, for some background information that he provided to us. We can look into it, but at this stage, all the department heads, we would probably have to have them weigh in because we're using SDL currently. So we could weigh in on cost, but I don't know if we'd make the change right away for this year.
Well, I don't mean change the provider. I mean, go back to SDL and renegotiate a contract. So it's a multi-year contract for a lower rate, because this year it's an 8% increase. So I'm saying go back to them. So what I would like to propose is that we table this. So for next meeting, if you can go back to SDL to renegotiate the contract for a multi-year rate for a lower contract, essentially, because even if we stay with them, I just want to get it down. Going up 8% is a lot, and 20% since 2021 is huge.
Doug, is Isa on Zoom that he can weigh in if we have the time to do that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, we thought there was a motion on the table. Let's go to the motion, and then just going to remind everyone that these agendas, and I'm not sure when number 49 came out, when you have questions on the agenda that comes out on Thursday, please reach out to the professionals for the questions over the last 96 hours, so we don't have these questions asked at 11 o'clock at night if someone's not available to answer in the manager's office, if it's the assessor or the CFO that likely is sleeping right now. So
I did.
excellent. And there was no.
Mr.
no
Mayor, if you
answer
could just
given?
clarify, Mr. Mayor, if you can just clarify, please reach out to the manager for the,
Yeah, sorry, directly through the manager, yes. But there is a motion, so let's entertain that motion. Is second already, so we should be calling that roll. The motion was to
I would like to table it and
Table
ask the manager to go back and see if we can renegotiate a multi-year deal so that the costs for the residents come down. And if in February it can't come down, it can't come down.
I would, yes, just like to interject that. I would think
Wait,
that,
let's
okay.
push for a second. Oh.
I got a hold of Isa.
You woke him up.
Yeah, again, I was asked if please, if he's on the phone, yeah.
If you want to talk.
While Issa's getting on, I will say that it's not so much yes, you can refer to this as a contract, but it's referred to as yearly maintenance because it's an ongoing management software. Features are added periodically throughout the year, each year. Just like any service, we might see periodic increases with that service delivery. Not saying I agree or disagree with their proposed increase rate. It's just like any management software, they're going to likely inflate their prices with.
Right, but I didn't see anything different in the usage unless there's something in this that we're getting more, or is this related to, storage or something? But from 2024 to 2025, it went up 8%. From 2021, 20.9%, and all that just gets passed back on to the residents.
Oh, actually, CFO is on. Mr. CFO?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I apologize. I was on, but may have lost consciousness in the middle. My understanding is, I guess the question is on the renewal for SDL, Spatial Data Logic.
Correct.
Was the question, Councilwoman Goldberg, regarding the price, or was it about seeking an alternative? That's the only thing I'm just not clear on.
My question here is, can we table it first and see if we can go back to a multi-year contract instead of 1 year? Because if you go back from 2021 to now, every year it's increased. So usually when you have a multi-year contract, you're able to get the cost down. So if we're going to stay with this provider, which is fine, and when I asked the question before, I understand that there's a lot of departments that use it, so I don't have an issue with that. But I do have an issue with a 20% increase for our residents because that hurts them at tax time. So I'm just asking if we can see if we can go back to SDL and renegotiate a multi-year contract. And if we can't next meeting, we try.
I'm not that well versed on the terms. I do know the history of it. I do know, that we, as I said in my kind of explanation to council on various resolutions, that we, had tested SDL, 2 other providers as well in interviews, went through with department heads and their needs and landed on it. There was a cost of, I believe it was $75,000 through capital that we used to basically launch this back in 2019 under Manager Kaczynski. And I don't know if you can do a multi-year contract longer than maybe 2 or 3 years. I believe that's part of the bond law, not the bond law, the local public contracts law. So to answer your question, I'm not sure if we are able to wait.
Isa, I'm sorry to interrupt. So since we procured SDL annually, we have done a resolution to authorize yearly maintenance for the software. We communicate with SDL pretty regularly in our office, and I don't believe that there will be any stop of service if we don't handle the resolution tonight. We're very conversational with them, so if council wishes us to go back, we could certainly try. I don't know if they'll yield it, but we'll certainly see.
All right, please call the roll. This is a motion to table this and to go back and see if they give us a better price.
Until
Yes.
next meeting, yeah.
Yes, and that was a first from Councilwoman Goldberg, a second from Councilman Pagan. Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G.
Sorry, clarifying question. Did we say that it won't, taking the extra time won't have an impact?
I do not believe we will lose any service from SDO.
Okay, then yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, cool. We'll hit them up. We'll hopefully see this resolution again on February 11th.
Thank you. My
51.
my next question is really it's a really quick question. So it's about Millennium. I did ask this before, but I just want to clarify. So the contract, this is for a 1-year extension. So the contract allows us to do 2 1-year extensions. So I just want to make sure our plan is to do this 1-year extension and then I guess again next year. Does that lock in the rate for us and then we can renegotiate after that? I just wanted to clarify.
This is
The Millennium, it's a 1-year extension on the contract for Millennium. So I looked at the contract and I just want to clarify, this locks us in with the rate and we get 1 more after that. So does that, is part of that with the cost and then we renegotiate then? Or is this kind of a buffer in between? I just wanted to clarify that.
Was this question asked earlier?
Yes.
Can you send me the email where both these questions were asked earlier, please?
Uh,
Because you should have gotten the answers. Those are very good
Yeah,
questions.
the public has a
No.
right to know the answers
Okay.
too.
This is, it's 11 o'clock at night. We're not doing a show right now. We're running a town.
Yep.
So my
I'm
question
running-
to you
I'm
is,
doing my job.
my question to you is, and I've asked if there's questions when the agenda comes out, please
Mhm.
email the manager so the professionals and the staff can review this
I did.
and get back. I understand you do that. Second, these are excellent questions. So when you get a chance, please email that to the manager so we can understand why you weren't given the answers you deserve prior.
I'm allowed to ask questions. It's my job.
Mayor,
We're allowed to have a roll call then, and we'll pull the votes then if there's no votes to pull it. We're trying to run a town in an efficient and respectful manager of our staff at 11 o'clock at night.
And I'm trying to make sure that our residents have their
I'm not
taxes
gonna-
not increased.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor,
It's
you have the.
yeah. So this is a contract that we previously approved. Within that contract, there was a provision to extend for 1 year. I need to review that contract again. I think that we might actually have a provision in there to extend again once that extension expires. But I do believe that this locks the rate that they have offered to us from that initial contract award.
All right, that was all my question. Thank you. My last question,
I'm going to make a motion that we approve
Oh, yes.
51.
second.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Approved.
So my last question, 52 is about the shared service agreement with the county for high-speed fiber optic internet. So I know the manager answered my question about what it entails, and I really appreciate understanding that it brings the cost down going through the county. But I want to know is, can we find out for next meeting what the cost would be to extend this to the Rhoda Center, since that is a area that we get complaints about with it. So if we're going to the county and getting the fiber optic internet through the county, can we look into extending it to the Rhoda Center to improve the internet at the Rhoda Center?
Mr. Manager, we had a meeting about that yesterday, if you want to answer that.
Yes. So they're going to entertain extra locations for this service. I have reached out to them to see if we could extend it to the Rhoda Center. I haven't gotten a response yet, but I will let everyone know for next
And
meeting.
just a reminder,
Yep.
the drop that they brought to the council area was free, but if we do extend it to other areas such as a fire department or to the Rhoda Center, we will have to pay for the additional drop. So they're going to get back to us with what the pay is, but this was free and that will be charged.
I make a motion to move it.
Second on 52.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Handled, adopted. So now we're at the point of all these appointment resolutions, and I'm going to suggest to the body that we handle the resolutions that were first pulled by Councilman Pagan, since they were already on the agenda. That's 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. That's our Board of Adjustment and Planning Board appointment resolutions that have been there since last Thursday. The only reason I suggest that is because they're in chronological order. For record-keeping purposes, it will make my job so much easier to handle those first. I believe the body wanted to handle resolutions one by one, so this will.
Yeah, Doug, I actually wanted to start with 46. I was going to make a motion to amend Alan Sohn to alternate number 1.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, that's unnecessary.
I know,
because-
like I was going to ask after, because I know that you added it. So should I just vote? Should I just ask that we move that and vote on that now? But this was
No.
on the agenda as of
Mr.
Thursday, so that's why it's
Mr.
a little confusing because it was handled a little sloppily.
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest that we move forward with the township clerk's suggestion of going in order? It will be the cleanest way to do it. We'll just do the votes. The way he has it numbered will take care of any potential, once we have the.
I respectfully disagree because I started going off of the agenda that was printed on Thursday, and I was the one who pulled it from the consent agenda. So technically, I would like it if we just do it one by one with these.
All right, Mr. Katz, can you, as the third member of the personnel subcommittee, can you weigh in here? Which way do you want to go about this?
I honestly, I yield to the chair on this. I don't quite understand this.
Mr. Clerk, well, chair already spoke. Mr. Clerk, it's your call here.
Yeah, I would suggest, Councilman Pagan, I mean, there's these 3 resolutions above 46 that don't seem to have the complexities attached to them that some of the others do. Or even just 43 and 44. Those are the Board of Adjustment ones.
I'm jumping. 43. Appointing Letitia Williams as a full member of the Board of Adjustment. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chair, we have a motion and we have a second on 43. Please call the roll.
There is Councilwoman Goldberg.
No.
Councilman Pagan.
No.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Adopted, appointed. Letitia.
44, appointing Victoria Wilkerson as alternate number 3 of the Board of Adjustment. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Seconded?
Second.
You ready, Mr. Clerk?
Councilwoman Goldberg.
No.
Councilman Pagan.
Nope.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Adopted.
Okay. 45, appointing Howard Thompson as a Class 4 member of the Planning Board, to the Planning
I
Board.
think before we do this, there was confusion with Alan Sohn's seat and there was another seat mentioned. And if we're going to do the planning board, we need to figure out what's going on with the rest of the
Okay.
nominations.
Mr. Mayor, can I again clarify? If we do 45 and it passes, then 46 becomes moot, and then we move through the list.
Okay, is there a motion on number 45?
So moved.
I move.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Mr. Clerk, call the roll call, please. This is appointing Harold Thompson as a Class 4 member to the Planning Board. Howard.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilman Pagan.
Yes.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes, so 46 is nullified, bringing us to 47, appointing Yehuda Cohn as a Class 4 Environmental Commission member to the Planning Board. Is
So
there-
moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor G.
Second.
Deputy Belcher, G. Roll call, please, 47.
Sorry, who was the first and second? I'm so sorry.
Deputy Mayor Belcher and seconded by Councilwoman G.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Approved.
48, appointing Dal Green as alternate 1 to the planning board. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Make the motion.
Is there a second? Motion was for, motion on Organ, second by Katz. So we'll take the second.
Yeah.
Roll call.
So sorry, the text is blurring here. We have Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Councilman Pagan,
Nope.
Councilwoman G,
No.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
No.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz,
Yes. But does not carry.
defeated.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to the other sheet, I guess we'll call it.
Yes, yes. So
64, Amrit.
So yes, it is starting with Amrit, and maybe for council, I guess we'll go through the names for council. I think that might be easier to keep track of.
Mr. Clerk,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I've numbered them. Do you want me to just shout out the number with each name?
You know what?
I'm not into voting for people on number.
No, with the name, Councilwoman Goldberg. So 64, Amit Ramajatan, and we'll say each one.
It's yeah. You know what? I have this updated list in front of me.
Okay, great.
And if we want to discuss any of them, are we just pulling them then? I don't know the list with the numbers. That's why it's confusing. So when you call them out, should we just do it then?
We should
Yes.
probably do it then.
Yes.
Yeah, when each individual comes up.
Fine with me.
So Councilwoman G, I just want to.
So I'd like to move resolution 64, which is nominating for the Board of Adjustment, Amrit Ramjatan, to alternate 4 with an expiration date, a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Second.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Appointed.
I'd like to move resolution 65 for Board of Adjustment, nominating Mark Mermelstein to a full member seat with a term of 1/1/25 through 12/31/25.
I would like
Again,
to discuss.
we can discuss, but I just want to clarify, this is the remaining term of Jerry Barta's seat, and this is why it's only 1 year. I just wanted to clarify that to
Thank you
everyone.
for that clarity.
Discussion.
So my question is why is this council okay with reappointing someone that failed to file their financial disclosure statement in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22? And it wasn't until Bill Orr called it out on Blue Teaneck in 2023 that he filed for the first time. What excuse does this council have for 8 years of failure to file the financial disclosure statement? You don't have to trust me. It's available online, and every person on this day should be doing their due diligence about these appointments, not just me.
So he filed. In the end, he filed it?
He filed in 2023 after failure to do so for 8 years, and it took Blue Teaneck to call him out.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Roll call, please.
Can I answer Councilmember Goldberg's question? For
Please.
me, I'd like to assume best intent of our volunteers. I've spoken to members of the Board of Adjustment. They said he was a phenomenal member. And we even heard someone during Good and Welfare, can't remember who it was, also speak to the support of Mark on that Board of Adjustment. And so I'm going to assume that that was an oversight and that he did file the last year and that he will file again once reappointed. And that was my
8 years of an
rationale.
oversight?
I'm telling you my rationale. I'm the only one who even, volunteered to respond to you. So I hope you won't interrupt me. But that is my rationale for why I am going to support Mark in this seat.
So how do we know that he doesn't have any business connections with any member of this council?
He just filed. He filed. We discussed that. Was there a second on that motion?
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Absolutely not.
Councilman Pagan,
Nope.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz,
Yes.
appointed.
I'd like to nominate I'd like to move, resolution 66, which nominates Robin Brower to alternate 1 seat on the planning board with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Second.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
So before we vote on that, if just for discussion, I was very impressed with her when she interviewed, and I would love to see her on another board. And I discussed with Deputy Mayor Belcher before, just not yet the planning board.
Yeah, for discussion, I think it was you, right, who asked her the question during the interview, how does she feel about development in town? And I think she said she wasn't sure, right?
No, I'm not, but I'm not picking
That
on
was the
her at
candidate, I think?
all.
That was the candidate though, I think, right?
I'm not meant to be negative at all.
No, I'm trying to be negative either. I'm just trying to remember people because I'm not seeing it on paper or in an email. So I'm just trying to get the candidates correct.
Yes, that was the same person.
No, she didn't say that she wasn't certain about development. She said she did not have a position either way in terms of seeing whether or not we would move forward with certain type of development, like the question that came to her about the tools of development like AI and R and so forth.
Okay, so that's what she meant. Okay.
Yeah, so she didn't
All
say.
right, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Roll call on that?
Who was the second? I'm sorry. It was a first.
I was the second.
Oh, who was the first? I'm so.
I moved it.
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry. Councilwoman Goldberg.
No.
Councilman Pagan.
No.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
No.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
No.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Defeated.
Was there another person on the planning board that we wanted to nominate?
Alan Stone.
Yes.
Alternate number one.
Okay. That's resolution 67.
Was there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, it's for Alan Stone just read it, it's for a alternate 1 seat to the planning board, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Roll call, please.
This is Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilman Pagan.
Yes.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Appointed.
Check out 2018's filings. I think it's missing. Next.
I believe now we're to ABCR.
Yes, ABC.
Oh, Danielle froze. Give her a second.
Oh, that was nice.
Oh, and we need, you know what, while she gets back.
Sorry, if I can just
extend the
Mr. Green,
meeting.
Mr. Green, I know you didn't make the vote. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the township for all your hard work over the years. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Danielle, one
Mr.
second.
Clerk, I'd
I'm
like
so
to
sorry.
move resolution. Oh,
Danielle, 1 second. I'm so sorry. We got to extend the meeting again.
Yes, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for
Second.
30 minutes.
Okay.
Second by Pagan.
As you were, Danielle. Sorry.
I'd like to move resolution 68 to nominate Jenlise Flores to a full member on the advisory board for community relations, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Second.
Second from Councilwoman Goldberg. Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilman Pagan.
Yes.
Councilwoman G.
Yes.
Councilman Katz.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ.
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Appointed.
I'd like to move resolution 69, nominating Eric Segal to a full member seat with a term of 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Just want to clarify, so he's currently an alternate and we're moving him up?
Correct.
Thank you. I second the motion.
That was a first from Councilwoman G, second from Councilwoman Goldberg. Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz,
Yes.
appointed.
I'd like to move resolution 70, nominating Wilbur McCullers to full member seat on the advisory board for community relations, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Second.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz,
Yes.
appointed.
I'd like to move that we nominate Letitia Garcia to a full member seat on the advisory board for community relations, 1/1/25 to 12/31/26.
Second Schwartz.
Third that one.
Noted. Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Councilman Pagan,
No.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes. But I think we've expired that list, correct?
So the resolution, which would have been 74 for Heidi Fuchs, is now moot.
Okay, and the rest of them were done. The rest of the
No, we
alternates-
still have more. We still have
Yeah.
more for
Yeah,
ABCR.
sorry, Mark.
There are no more uncontested seats, though, if we wanted to do a blanket.
Right.
Yeah, let's do
Yes,
that.
that's what we said, a blanket for uncontested.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
Can I ask a
So-
question about, I'm
Can
sorry,
Can we move Heidi to one of the alternates? I'd like to move that.
Oh,
I'll
yes. Oh,
second that.
Second.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
which alternate for the record? 1 or 2?
That's one.
One, doesn't matter.
Okay. All right, so let's do those next then. So I'm gonna move the current alternate one, which is resolution 72 for Liat Mafuda, alternate 1.
I'll second that.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Councilman Pagan,
No.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
I just want clarification because I thought we just first and seconded Heidi Fuchs. If we do Liat, we have a space for Heidi,
No.
but we have a motion and a second on Heidi already. I don't know how that's, okay. Then
Right,
I'm gonna know,
there's 2 people for alternate number 1 right now. Heidi and Liat.
okay, I'm a no for Liat.
so that was a no from
Mhm.
Councilman Katz. Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
So 72 passed for alternate 1, Ms.
So
McMillan.
that's a moot for the alternate 1 for Heidi Fuchs. So can we go to the alternate 2 now?
I'd like to move Heidi for alternate number 2.
Second.
Okay, but again, then it needs to come after the resolution we already have. So I'm moving first, resolution 73 for Sharuk Awadallah for the alternate 2 seat.
Second.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Councilman Pagan,
Nope.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
No, not because I know anything about Sharuk, but because I really want Heidi Fuchs.
was that a
no.
Yeah, that
That
was
was
a
a
no,
no.
sorry. Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz,
No. So no, sorry, Vincent. I'm a.
For
Sorry,
Sharuk
this is-
Awadallah, Mayor,
This
Mr.
is
Mayor?
a Sharuk, sorry. This is Sharuk.
for
I
alternate
believe
2.
it failed already. Is that 4-2? I think it failed.
No, it did not fail. It did not fail.
I don't know who Sharuk is. I'm sorry. I'm gonna abstain this. I apologize. I don't know who this is.
So what was the vote count?
If he
Oh, I'm
abstains.
sorry. I'm sorry. I don't.
Mr. Mayor, are you sure you followed that?
I did not, and I don't actually recall this interview. I apologize.
We had lengthy discussion on this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. This is this is the one that teaches at Teaneck High School.
Correct, who volunteered at
Got it,
Ellie
got it.
Katz's Thanksgiving event.
Thank you. Okay.
And
got it, yes.
and by the way, she was amazing at my event.
Okay. got
And
it.
she came to another event, but I'm not
I'm sorry,
not
so I did
supporting.
that. I apologize. I did interview. Okay, so can you go, my vote would be for her. Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So then it passes.
Correct.
So then Heidi Fuchs does not get a spot on ABCR.
Correct.
Okay.
And now we go to Councilman G. Can you continue?
Sorry, move resolution 75, nominating Lieutenant Daniel DeLucio to the Police Department member for the ABCR.
Second.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan.
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Appointed.
I move resolution 76 through 115, nominating all the names we listed previously for all the uncontested seats on the remaining advisory boards. As a reminder, this
Second.
does not include Teaneck Municipal Alliance for Against Substance Abuse, which we tabled.
Second.
Wait, I need to abstain on one of these, so
I could list it out.
I can tell you which one you need to abstain on. It's the
actually I
shade
can
tree.
say which one I need to abstain on.
It's
And also
102.
I would like to discuss the Municipal Open Space Trust.
And then I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor, after that.
All right, so let's start. Mr. Clerk, how do you want to start?
Okay, so can we pull resolution 102, which is Shade Tree Advisory Board, I think Debbie Behar? And can we also pull most, which is resolution 81, 82, 83, and 84?
Okay.
So just pulling most and 102.
Yes, 102, which is Debbie Behar on the Shade Tree Advisory Board.
Yeah, I see that.
And Youth
And-
Advisory Board.
Oh, sorry, which one on the Youth Advisory Board is,
I would like to just pull them all.
Cool.
okay, pull 112, 113, 114, 115.
Okay. We handled ABCR. So I wonder if we can act on the ones that are not contested.
Works for me.
And I have a
Yes.
quick question, Mr. Mayor, just for our clerk.
Yes.
Doug, is there any way, because you took notes on all our votes, especially mine, is there any way you can just take those votes and have me vote the same way this time around for all the same people, or that's not doable? Because we went through so many names.
I totally understand and respect your logic. I just don't want to make that call for you,
Okay, all right.
unfortunately. I hope you
Mr.
understand.
Attorney, would that be allowable or no?
I guess it's
No,
but we
Because
don't
I just want to
advise
be
you to do
consistent.
that.
I just want to be consistent
Yeah.
with how I voted. And there
We
were
un-
57 people.
We understand. I mean, you vote how you want to vote. I mean,
All right.
I understand. I understand your logic. I just want to make sure you're privy to the list and, whatever you're comfortable with. You vote how you want to vote.
All right. I just wanted to be consistent
I totally
and see if
understand where
that
you're
was
coming from.
allowable.
I totally understand where you're
Thank
coming
you all.
from. So we are holding on most, or pulling, I'm sorry, pulling most, 102, which is Debbie, and all of Yab.
Correct.
So then, do you guys care if I just run down the list really quick of who we're talking about that is not being pulled right now?
Can we also go down stigma-free and pull that too?
Bless you. We will pull, that was a big sneeze. We will pull stigma-free also. What, the sneeze? All right, so can I list out the ones that appear at this point to be uncontested that we might be able to do a blanket on? Okay, so first up is Hackensack River Greenway Advisory Board, James Worm, 1125 to 1231-26. Peter Goldman, 1125 to 1231-26. Stephen Becker, 1125 to 12136. If any of this sounds wrong, Danielle or any other members of council, just shout me out. We have Fields Advisory Board, a reappointed PPRAB liaison, which is Miss Christina Pammy, 1125 to 1231-26. Skipping over most, going to PPRAB, we have Christina Pammy reappointed as co-chair, 1125 to 1231-26. Avi Berliner as a reappointed member, 1125 to 1231-26. Michael Rockland, expired member, 1125 to 1231-26. Patriotic Observance Advisory Board, we have Lieutenant Colonel John McGilchrist, expired chair, 1125 to 1231-26. Poet Laureate Scott Pleasance, 1125 to 1231-26. Mr. Roosevelt Sills, 1125, 123126. For Pride Advisory Board, we are looking at Deborah Guston, 1125, 12136, 123126. Senior Citizens Advisory Board, we have Natalie Addison. All of these members that I'm about to say are 1125 to 123126. Natalie Addison, Wahimia Jackson, Lillian Lewis, Sandy Law, Juanita Brown, and then we have resolution number 97 for Miss Janice Dorman for the open member position, 1124 to 123125. We have Shade Tree Advisory Board excluding Debbie. We have Nancy Cochran, co-chair, 1125 to 123126. Robbie Langert, 1125 to 123126. Zena Barrera, 1125 to 123126. David Straight, alternate 1125 to 123126. Skipping over Debbie, skipping over Sprab, Site Plan Review Advisory Board. We have Social Services Advisory Board, Lawrence Bernard, expired member, 1125 to 123126. And Tess Tomasi for the chair position, 1124 to 123125. We pulled Stigma Free. We pulled Yab.
And we're not doing Tomasa, right? That's next.
We're not doing Tomasa. So that leaves everything that I just listed. These are perceivably the uncontested seats that we might be able to do a blanket.
And
roll
I'll
call.
make a motion to approve those as listed.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman
Roll call,
Katz.
please.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
We knocked all those reappointments out.
I believe we're down to Youth Advisory Board.
I'm going to go through the list of what's left over. We have all of most, which is 4 members. We have 1 member from Shade Tree. We have 3 from Sprab, all of Stigma Free, which is 4, Yab, which is 4. Maybe we could just go in order of the list that's in front of me. It starts with most.
So on this, I was told by the chairs that they didn't get to discuss who the PPRB rep is going to be for most. So I'm not sure why Libby Klein is on here. So I'd like to wait until the next most meeting and hold off on that and then come back with their recommendation since it's their liaison.
Say that again.
I was told by the chairs of PPRB that they did not get to discuss or vote on who they wanted the liaison to be, and apparently there's multiple people on PPRB that would like that spot. So they are meeting next week. I see Libby Klein on here, but I would like to let most PPRB come back with their own votes for their liaison to most.
But who chooses the liaison?
It's a council position.
It is. I just would like to give them the agency and the grace.
So I'll move the people on most.
There's a second on that. I'll second it for the vote.
Can I ask a question on that to Councilman Goldberg
Sure.
on the motion? When's the next meeting? Like, will we have the same
Next week.
situation? Next week?
Yep.
That's for the liaison, that's the,
That's the next PPRB meeting, and I'm told that there's multiple people that are interested.
no, but when's the next most,
Of the next most meeting, February.
right? That's what you're concerned about. Just so I understand,
It's
because I
right, but
just
it's a
want to.
PPRB
P-
liaison to most.
To most.
So, right.
So when's the next most
PPRB
meeting?
Well, yeah, February 10th. There you go.
And our next meeting is February 11th. So, Mr. Clerk, can you please?
Mr.
call
Mayor,
the
I have a
names?
question for Councilwoman Goldberg. I'm curious as to why no one raised their hand when this seat had been open for months. No one raised their hand to show interest prior to today.
I can't answer that, but I will ask the board next meeting.
Mr. Clerk, can you please call the names, please? And it's a motion. Was there a second, I believe?
From you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are we moving to proceed with the appointment or are we moving to table it?
This is a moving to proceed with the appointments. This
Got it,
meeting's
okay.
coming up.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes on Avi, Yosef, and John, no on Libby.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
All right, most taken care of. We have Debbie Bahar on Shade Tree Advisory Board, Resolution 102. This is reappointing alternate 2, 1125 to 123126.
Motion
There
to
a motion?
approve.
Second, Schwartz.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Abstain.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Debbie's reappointed. We have our Site Plan Review Advisory Board resolutions. 3 resolutions for David Ohana, 3-year term, Michael Stock, 1-year term, Jonathan Zakim for an architect member.
Make a motion, Schwartz.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Belcher, Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Abstain.
Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes.
Sprab is taken care of. Now we're on the stigma free. This is Jose Zenon, Alex Serbone, Willie Thornton, and Aaliyah Ba.
I make a motion.
Second, Schwartz.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
No on Jose and Aliyaba, and yes on Alex and Willie.
Councilman Pagan,
No.
Councilwoman G,
Yes to all.
Councilman Katz,
Yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
Yes to all.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes to all.
Taken care of on stigma free. Last but not least, we have Youth Advisory Board.
Motion.
The number 1 advisory board in town, just making a footnote.
I think we have some open. Are you making a motion? Sorry.
No, I didn't know if Councilman Ellie wanted to say anything further about Youth Advisory Board. If not, I'd like to make a motion.
Are there any contested seats?
What were the names again?
I'll repeat the names. There was the contested seat with Mr. Gregory Cooper, and you
Oh, so now
you
we're
guys took
on
him
this
out.
one. I
Yeah.
apologize. So the
Um,
names, please, and for
Is
and then-
Dwayne Harley reappointment, Shay Lewis reappointment, Priscilla Hawks to an expired member position, and Kevin Gibbs open member position as well.
motion, Schwartz.
Second, G.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes on Hawks and Gibbs, no on Harley and Lewis.
Councilman Pagan,
No on Mr. Harley, no on Mr. Lewis, and yes to the other 2.
Councilwoman G,
Yes to all.
Councilman Katz,
Yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
Yes to all.
Deputy Mayor Oregon,
No on Mr. Lewis. Yes to the rest.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes, all.
All adopted. Okay, so those are our appointments. I will be working through those resolutions. I will be going over it again to make sure that we were all correct.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, Ms. G, and everybody else.
Yes, thank you all
That
for
was
your
confusing.
patience and diligence.
Yeah.
That was grueling, but we got it done. But we're not done yet, folks, because we still have 7 ordinances to introduce.
I just want to discuss 7, 8, and 9.
Don't think that's how it goes.
We can actually.
We can't hear anything.
Sorry, my apologies, my mic was off. Mr. Attorney, the process again, remind me, I ask it often, on introduction. How does that work?
On introduction, the ordinance can be read by name only, whether there's any discussion is up to the chair.
And the discussion is afterwards?
It's written right here, though.
Is that?
Mayor to inquire as to whether any council member wishes to comment upon the motion to introduce.
Yeah.
It's, I think if we're gonna go by the agenda rules of order, it does say that I read and we move them and we get a second and then comment.
Right.
Okay.
They need to be moved.
Okay, so please go ahead and start the reading.
First up, and you know what, while we're here, I want to clarify, actually, because we had a brief discussion about this and the busy agendas of the planning board coming up. We have 7, 8, and 9, which require planning board referral. I just want, sorry, just 7 and 8, not 9. 7 and 8, the redevelopment plans. I just want council to be aware that we will not be seeing these next meeting. To account for that referral timeline, we'll be seeing them on February 25th. And that is, I believe, the only ordinance this evening where that is the case. Sorry about that. Ordinance number 7-2025 this evening, we are considering an adoption of an amended redevelopment plan and furtherance of the redevelopment of block 5004, lot 4, 100 State Street, as shown on the tax map of the Township of Teaneck in accordance with the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 48:128-1, sequential. We have ordinance 8-2025, adopting an amended redevelopment plan and furtherance of the redevelopment of block 5004, lot 1, 140 State Street, as shown on the tax map of the Township of Teaneck in accordance with the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 48:12A-1. We have ordinance 9-2025, authorizing the acquisition by purchase or condemnation, the property known as block 4703, lot 3, commonly known as 1084 Queen Road, for open space. We have ordinance number 10-2025, amending section 36-11.2 of chapter 36 of Township Code, adding restricted on-street parking spaces for handicap on 751 Palisades Ave. We have ordinance number 11-2025, amending the Township Code to revise parking laws on Fort Lee Road and Perry Lane. We have ordinance number 12-2025, amending the Township Code to revise prohibited parking laws on Perry Lane and Overpeck Terrace. We have ordinance number 13-2025, establishing a permanently disabled veterans tax exemption in the Township. Mayor, Council, those are our
I'll make a
ordinances.
motion to approve all for the introduce all.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to discuss 7, 8, and 9, please.
Is there a second first?
Second.
The comments, I believe, were after the vote, if I'm reading the rules right, correct? So there's a vote first and.
No, wait.
No,
the second was to
There's a
discuss.
second and then discussion, then vote.
Okay.
Because we need to effectively move all the ordinances so they're out in the open for council to
Yeah,
discuss. We had a motion.
precedence of motions, right?
There was a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I seconded to discuss
Cool.
3 ordinances.
So on 7 and 8, I just want to say that the ordinances say that it references a 2017 master plan, and supposedly we're about to pass 2025, 24, I don't know what year we're on, master plan. So I just don't know if we introduce this now, does topology and the attorney have to do any rework to this? So I would like to make a motion to table this until the next meeting, assuming that the master plan is done. So that way it can be
Second.
consistent with the 2025 master plan.
I think there's a question to the attorney first, but because this has been tabled for years. Mr. Attorney, the question is, it's referencing 2017, but when it gets sent over, I mean, what is, I think you hear the question. Why don't you answer?
Well, what I would say is that, my understanding of that is that it's just it's a reference because that's what's in existence now. But if a master plan is adopted in the meantime, the numbers can be updated as essentially like a scrivener's error sort of thing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does it, what if there's any inconsistencies between the 2017 and 2025 master plan?
At that point, if there are any inconsistencies and then any changes would need to be done, then I would say at that point that the council we could make the changes and reintroduce it from there, if there are any.
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't it make sense to table it, let the master plan pass, and then make sure it's consistent and not have to introduce it delays the process.
I think either way it would still get if it gets introduced for the first time after the master plan or has to get reintroduced after the master plan, either way it would still be at the same time schedule. So if there are no changes, then it gets this adopted a meeting ahead of schedule. But if there are changes to it or we have to reintroduce it, either way, it's still wouldn't go into effect until the next meeting.
My question would be, is it cleaner to wait, or is it so that, I mean, we're just very close?
I'm going to weigh in. My problem is if we wait and the master plan doesn't get passed for the next month because there's this, that, or the other thing, we're delaying both. So whenever the vote goes, I'm going to vote that we move this now. And if we have to change it, great. But unfortunately, the tendency with this master plan has been to have that delayed. So I don't want to delay this in case that gets delayed. So I'll be voting to introduce this.
All right, well, I still made a motion to
Okay,
table.
so there's a motion to table, there's a second table, please
Yes.
call the roll.
Was this for just one ordinance?
7 and 8.
For 7 and 8, motion to table from Councilwoman Goldberg. Was there a second on that? From a second from Councilman Pagan, going down the roll to table 7 and 8 until after master plan adoption.
Right, so it's consistent. And if there's any updates.
So after master plan adoption, table first from Councilwoman Goldberg, second from Pagan, Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Pagan,
Yes.
Councilwoman G.
She's gone.
No, she's there.
Sorry, I'm here. Just I couldn't get the mute button fast enough. Yes.
Councilman Katz,
No.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
No.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
No.
Mayor Schwartz.
No, I'll make a motion to pass ordinance number 7 and 8.
Second.
7 and 8. Do you want to
Sorry,
do
you
all
called-
of them?
So, well, all of them, I apologize, I'm making a
It's
motion to
all
approve all of
good.
them, yes.
For all of them, there was a motion from Mayor Schwartz, a second from Deputy Mayor Organ to introduce all. Councilwoman Goldberg,
No.
Councilman Pagan.
No, we're doing all of them, right?
We
No
are.
on ordinance number 7. No on
We're only-
ordinance.
I think it's only 7 and 8.
No, he did all of them.
It's all 3?
No on ordinance number 8. No on ordinance number 9. And yes to the rest, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, yeah, Councilwoman Goldberg, it's for all the ordinances on for introduction this evening.
So then I'm a no on 7, 8, and 9, and a yes on the rest, but no on 7, 8, 9.
You got it. Councilman Pagan. One more
No
time for
on
me.
7, no on 8, no on 9.
Yes, on
Yes
rest.
on the rest, sir.
You got it. Councilwoman G,
Yes.
Councilman Katz,
Abstain on 7 and 8 and yes on the rest.
Deputy Mayor Belcher,
I'm going to abstain on 7 and 8 and yes to the rest.
Deputy Mayor Organ,
No on 9, yes to the rest.
Mayor Schwartz.
Yes on all.
Can you tell us what the vote tally is on all those, please? Doug?
Oh, yeah. Gotta give you a second. Ooh. We had no's from Councilwoman Goldberg, Councilman Pagan. We had a strange outlay here. I'm very sorry. We had I don't think 7 and 8 got introduced. I don't think 7 and 8 got introduced.
Why is that?
What was the vote tally? Do you, for each
Can
one,
you
if
just
that's
go
okay?
through the vote tally?
Sorry, Kristen, did you have tallies? Can I see them? The tallies got kind of screwed up. 2 no's, 2 abstains, 3 yeses on our intros.
And what do you need? So
Wait, was that for 7 or for
Oh, for
8?
7 and 8. Just for 7 and 8. So 7 and 8 are not introduced. Everything
Four
else.
to introduce?
Yes, majority.
Okay. And 9, what was 9?
9 was introduced.
And can you read the votes of who's no's and who's abstaining?
Yes, Deputy Clerk. Into the microphone.
Councilwoman Goldberg and Councilman Pagan were no's for 7 and 8. The abstains were there's gonna be Councilman Katz, and then Deputy Mayor Belcher, and then the yeses were Mayor Schwartz, Councilman G, Councilwoman G.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I can't
Ellie,
hear.
you got something?
Yeah. No, for the record, I think that the zoning subcommittee did a great job on these two properties. I just want to make sure that I don't have a conflict with distance, so I'm going to use the time to speak to the attorney and see if I have any distance or conflict issues.
And who was the other abstention?
That would be me. I just wasn't clear as to what Scott was saying about us voting now as opposed to waiting until the master plan were to be introduced. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, but on a redevelopment plan, do you need a supermajority for a redevelopment plan? Don't you need greater than 4?
It's just introduction.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
at this part, yeah. Yeah.
But even for an, I'm just wondering if it.
It's possible for adoption, I'm not sure, but for introduction, ordinances are rare.
Okay.
So we introduce it.
The clerk is gunning for my job. He's correct. Yeah.
But Kristen's taking mine,
Just feel
so.
like, you know, we waited for the ADUs for forever. You know what I mean? You know?
Now, does an abstention go with the majority? Or only when I'm not part of it?
I'm sorry, what was the
Does the
question?
abstention go with the majority or no? We've heard that countless times.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now, because when we changed over
Well,
to
while you
Robert's
think about that, I'll
rules.
make a motion, we adjourn the meeting, extend the meeting for 5 minutes.
Second.
Okay. I believe we've always been told that
Yeah.
the abstention goes with the majority, so that's 3-2.
Yes,
And then we should
that's-
all go take a road trip and stare at those two disgusting lots for a little bit.
Yeah, that's correct. I was trying to remember if there were any changes to that once we adopted Robert's rules, but I don't believe there are for that. So I believe you're correct.
I'm what?
Correct.
I'm correct.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they're introduced. Abstention goes with the majority.
Yeah. That's my
Make a
recollection.
motion to adjourn. Adjourn.
I can double check. Let me double check.
I'm. No, we don't have Robert's rules. We have Mark's rules.
That's right. Like this, Robert, the change of roads.
Council members Katz and G, don't fall asleep.
I thought we adjourned.
No.
Oh, no.
Are you talking the code? This is the problem. This is what the problem doing meetings at midnight at 2:20. We're greater. Otherwise, we're this is. Yeah, you're right. It's because, yes, you're right. Because it's introduction, it's the majority of the quorum of those present. So, the, what? Majority of the quorum, so they need 4 votes for introduction is the point, regardless of whether it's an abstention or not. Go forward.
There's money there.
All right. You have an update. Okay. Section 220 of the Township Code says that adoption of ordinances require a majority of all members of the council, but this is not the adoption of the ordinance. This is the introduction, and that in those instances, all those votes must be passed by an affirmative vote, a majority of a quorum of those present. So essentially, if you're abstaining, it doesn't count either way. You still need 4 votes regardless.
If a majority of the quorum, which is 2 people are abstaining, it's 5 people voting, 3 to 2, yes, so that's the majority.
I would say that an abstention is not a quorum of those present. Right.
So 3 voted yes, 2 voted no. Yes, it's that one.
Quorum.
That's
So you might break your own brain. Let me just process this. Yes, it's, yeah.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for
Majority. No, I don't think that's right. Otherwise, there's no. Well, it's no, because for the adoption, it's all members of the council, regardless of who's here or not. You know, so if there are 4 of you here, it's still a majority. So you would still need all 4 people on adoption. That's just what it says. But whereas for introduction, it's based on the quorum. So unless those who are abstaining want to leave, and then we want to leave literally the room, then
abstention is not present.
no, an abstention is just not. It's not a vote. That's a recusal is like a present vote.
So Ellie recuses.
Can we, I mean, I think this is like a really, I don't even know what we're doing. There was a vote.
Right. Vote's taken. But I don't think anyone has an issue with this. At this point, it comes back.
No,
these 2 ordinances.
No, he's saying it's not introduced.
We'll see them again
On the 11th.
to be introduced.
It's not different.
I suppose another option would be you can do it. Well, you could do a motion. You can essentially do a motion to reconsider and then recuse and redo it.
I'm just going to go out.
Well, I'm trying to think how procedurally I can't make an announcement, after the meeting as to what the result was. My interpretation would be that you would still need 4 votes without any recusals with everyone here. You would still need 4 votes for it to pass. Yeah. Absolutely, 100% can be reintroduced.
There was 10 votes. Danielle and Ellie, you guys are
That's-
free to
that-
go.
I'm
7 and 8
Yeah, that's
did
why I
not
just
get
suggested that.
introduced. We will be seeing them again for introduction on February 11th.
Thanks, Doug. Bye.
Get home safe. I'll call you, Ellie and Danielle, because it's a little loud in here.
Did we
Okay.
make a motion to adjourn?
We did, Ellie.
Okay.
Okay.